functioning.
Testing, testing. So that's working.
Bill Davidson, can you brief Peter Oxley about radios, please?
He hasn't turned his off.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we are ready to get underway. Round 2 of the Ted Gaby. In round 2, our judges are Bill Davidson and Peter Oxley, both from New South Wales. Our first competitor is Grant Cook from Western Australia. He'll be followed by David Lacey from Victoria, Bernard McGlashan from Tasmania, and Anthony Ireland from South Australia. So our judges, I believe, are ready, and we will get underway. We have another 18 runs to complete this afternoon.
No, that's Grand Cook. That's Grand Cook. Peter's blocking.
Yeah, there's Peter. There's Peter.
Oh, yeah, okay. The PA is still shit.
Very annoyed about that. I'm going to have to ring Kevin again. Kevin, it's not working on that side at all. You could nearly hear it in Geelong yesterday, and now we've got nothing.
Do a test.
Test, test.
Round 2.
Gaby. Grant Cook's coming out to the peg with his dog Bluey. So the running order has changed for the second round, as it will for the third round as well. So Grant comes in on a score of 78.5. Sorry, with Grass Valley Palmer, not Bluey.
No, it's Bluey.
Beg your pardon? It is Bluey. And he's away. Cast out to the left ground. Just a little pause from the dog on the outrun. Sheep are holding up well. They've come out beautifully. Nice lift towards Grant. Sheep just got a little trot on. Don't want to bring the dog in too close and pressure the sheep. Might notice a few competitors using whistles as their commands, particularly in this windy weather. A whistle seems to carry a little bit better. Cuts through the wind.
It's just the Ted Gaby Interstate challenge. Spelt wrong as well.
So far looking pretty good. It's been a nice draw down the ground. The sheep have come down a fairly straight line. Grant's got them lined up already to come down his left of that casting peg when they approach the delivery area. Just testing the dog, just with a little mini break to the right, only a couple of steps.
Kevin, it's Marion again from Geelong Showgrounds.
Blue's there to cover, bringing them in nicely to Grant now.
PA on the other side of the ground again. Thank you, Kevin.
So we've got about 4.5 hours trialling ahead of us this afternoon. There is a little bit of cloud coming in, so it'll be interesting if it brings a bit of rain with it or not. That might change things as well, but we'll worry about that when it happens. Sheep just moving nicely behind Grant. Blue's there to cover him, just holding them up, letting them settle a bit. Grant's right, he stepped off on his carry. Just turned around, took a couple of steps back. Blue's there to cover. Moving them forward, keeping them on course just nicely. Our two judges for round 2 are Bill Davidson from New South Wales and Peter Oxley, also from New South Wales. Both gentlemen experienced triallers and judges, and both have represented New South Wales at different times in this competition, and also represented Australia. I believe Bill's had 2 green blazers now. Peter made the team last year and went to New Zealand with his dog Caesar. It's a little break up the ground from the sheep. Blue's there keeping them on course, just directing them back to ground a little bit. Just right at the moment the sheep are in the way. Grant can't stop walking, so he's got to walk onto them. Just jumped off course, but they're back on now, having a little bit of a graze. You can see some shadows moving across the ground. That's the cloud starting to come in this afternoon. It's a little break out to the left. They were leaning on the dog. We pulled him up nicely. You'll notice Grant seems to be walking somewhat casually. He needs to maintain the same pace to not lose any points. The sheep can lose points for you, your dog can lose points, and the handler can lose points as well. So you have to concentrate the whole time until you finish the course. You need to concentrate. Grant's just approaching the set for the gap. Sheep are lined up beautifully. If they were to proceed through the obstacle before Grant got to that set and complete the obstacle, Grant would have to rework that, bring the sheep back around. But Blue was in the right spot to just pull them up. Went through that gap. Very nice, very calm. Grant's gone through, so now he's on the drive section, walking up to the Maltese cross, a little trot from the sheep. Got to remember now the course is bigger. They're 15-metre boxes, so if the sheep look like they're a little bit further away, it's probably still okay, and it certainly is at the moment. Blue's holding up that sort of northern side of the course. That's where the bit of a draw is for the sheep. The rest of their mates are out to their right in the let-out yards. Grant's holding his line on the inside of the course. This is a good drive so far. Just a little drift out to the right, that's okay. Still on course, just about to move into the free work area. He's just got to wait for all those sheep to get in before he crosses the line. Yeah, he just needs to line the sheep up, let them have a look at that obstacle. They're walking nice and calmly into that obstacle, having a look out the side exit. Blue's there to cover. You've completed that first half. Sent Blue around clockwise. Need to bring them down to that second half of the Maltese cross now, which will go from roughly north to south, or to our left as we're looking at it from a commentary position. You can see Grant just getting a bit more active now. The sheep are leaning on him. He's turned them onto Bluey. There's one just with its head out the wrong side of the obstacle. Now it's in. Grant's just covering that lead sheep so it doesn't come down the side exit of the obstacle. Through they go. Completed the obstacle well. They're moving on to the drive. And we can see in the middle our judge Peter Oxley. You see the sheep have got their heads down, and actually they're a little bit heavier to move now. So Grant's had to make a bit of effort as well to put some pressure on the sheep to keep them forward. Bluey's keeping up the downhill side covered. Grant's just keeping up with his sheep, a little trot from them. And he made up some good time there, so now they're just about to start working on the bridge.
Still got 8 minutes.
Good cover from the dog, good cover from Grant. Still got 8 minutes to go, so he's only taken 7 minutes to get to this point, which is really good going. They're up on the bridge, but they're just having a look around. Just needs Blue to get in there and just help them off. 1, 2, 3, they're off. Came off nice and quietly too, so they're in a pretty good position where they are. Grant just needs to decide where he wants to place his dog before he moves off. And now he's heading up the hill towards the pen. Sheep are in a good position on the course there, just a little bit in front of Grant, probably not too far away. So reminding you again now, Grant has to keep that constant pace from the bridge to the pen. That's on the Australian carry part of the course again. Blue's just covering that inside line now. Grant's got to get the dog to do all the work. He just needs to walk at a constant pace towards the pen. So he's about halfway along. Probably chewed up maybe another minute and a half from when he arrived at the bridge, so he's still got plenty of time. Just slowing the sheep up, just a little bump from the dog there. The sheep took it well. Probably just outside the corridor from our vantage point. Just on the gate now. Blue covered that well. Grant was very observant with that. Sheep are in the pen. It's just making sure the sheep are settled before he commits to walking to close the gate. Once he starts to close the gate, he has to keep walking. Round he goes. Well done, Western Australia. That was probably one of the quicker runs of the day so far. Well done, Grant.
Yep, 6 minutes still up his sleeve.
Next competitor out is Dave Lacey from Victoria with his dog Akuna Blondie. Sheep are out. Judge's signal time on. Sent the dog out down at his left. So running out in a clockwise direction. Well, he's got the sheep. Sheep are just starting to run downhill towards the dog a little bit. Just pulled them up, got on the head and stopped them. It's just taking a moment just to introduce the dog to the sheep. Wants that first movement to be towards him. Start moving down on that draw. Dave comes in from the first round with a score of 80. Our last competitor, Grant Cook, scored an 87 for Western Australia. Now Blondie's lifted the sheep, starting to move them down towards Dave. However, they are being a little bit more difficult now. They're sort of coming across the ground instead of down the ground. I think there's still a bit of a draw for them to come back to their mates in the let-out yards, so Blondie has to be there to cover it, pressure them forward away from the yards. Just presenting a bit more of a challenge just at this early part of the run. Just need to be careful not to blow the sheep up. This is the time competitors will use to introduce their dog to the sheep. Try and get the dog to accept the sheep. Beg your pardon, get the sheep to accept the dog so that they can guide them around the course. You can see the way the sheep are just trotting about. They're still not really happy at the moment. Dave's very experienced. I'm sure he'll have a contingency in place if he needs to use it. As he's getting the sheep closer, they're just leaning on his right hand side as he's looking down the ground towards them. There's still what we call a lot of weight coming back this way towards the let-out yard, so Blondie has to be there to hold ground, keep the sheep moving towards Dave at the casting peg. Sheep are being just a little bit heavy at the moment. They are giving Blondie a bit of a challenge. Starting to proceed in the right direction to start commencing going around behind Dave, so they get delivered, walk around past the balance marker, which is directly behind Dave, the orange marker on the ground. So he's got them delivered, getting ready to take off on the Australian carry. Sheep are still pressuring the dog. So this is going to be the challenge of these three sheep, definitely coming down the ground towards this first obstacle. Blondie hasn't covered, they're still on course, moving forward in the correct direction, but they are looking for any opportunity to try and make a break. Not only is there a physical challenge for the dog, but it's also a mental challenge while they're working on trial ground. The handlers are throwing a lot of commands at them, trying to keep as much precision in their work as they can. In the background, Peter Oxley from New South Wales, judging the inside line, is following the action. Just crossed the line in front of Dave, just got off course, just on the inside, back on course now. There's a little bit of pressure and tension building as they're approaching the first obstacle. That means they're also getting closer to the rest of the mob in the let-out yards. You see that lead sheep still with its head in the air. They still know where their mates are, they can smell them, they can hear them. Sheep are starting to line up well for that first obstacle. Dave's approaching the set, it's in the set. Blondie has them covered on a clockwise run. They've looked through the gap. That lead sheep's taken a step forward. Just need to let them flow through. Beautiful work. Blondie's out to cover. Dave's now on the drive as well. Sheep are taking off. They're on the toe. So's Dave. Blondie's held them up. That'll allow Dave to catch up. Just looking to make a break out to Dave's left. Sending Blondie anti-clockwise. He's got the sheep back in front. Outrun to the left, pull the sheep up. They're heading towards that back fence with the high pro banners. So now Dave's just trying to bring them back to start to line them up for the first part of the Maltese cross. He's entered the free work area. Just edging forward. They need to come over towards the centre a bit more just to be able to enter the obstacle cleanly. Rolling around. They've had a look. They're in, moving forward. Dave's keeping up his side. Blondie's just holding still. They've finished that first part. Needs to bring him around that northern side of the obstacle. And just got their feet planted at the moment. He's going to have to get Blondie to come up on them. Dave can't go past that panel that's in front of him. He can move north to south, but not east to west past that panel where he is now. So the sheep are around in a good spot. Just rolling around. They've had a look towards the obstacle. Just that sheep just ducked past the left hand side of that entrance. Dave covered, put a little bit of weight on the sheep, got it back in place. Now the sheep are just stuck up again. Oh, they're trying to escape out that side. That first exit they went through. Blondie's out on that downhill side, the western side of the obstacle. Great work, great cover. The obstacle's finished. Now we're going to start to push them out to the second drive, heading towards the bridge. Oh, they're just broken back into the Maltese cross area, so Dave's going to have to get Blondie to push them out. Now the drive's commenced. Runners presented a number of challenges for Blondie and Dave moving around the course. You see Dave stopped. Just needs to keep the sheep moving forward. During the drive section you can't get in front of your sheep, otherwise it'll be a penalty. Blondie on the inside track. Got about 5 minutes to go. Certainly achievable. It's going to be a tough 5 minutes, I'd say, the way the sheep are behaving on this run. Let's move forward into that area in front of the bridge we call a free work area. So the bridge is a challenge of an obstacle. You've got to push the sheep up a ramp. It can be a challenge if they don't want to do it. It can be a challenge for the dog as well, having the sheep stand higher than them. It can be a bit intimidating. Shows you the courage the dogs have to achieve great success in this style of trialling. They've had a look. Dave's helping. Up they go. They come off with a little bit of a trot. Blondie's gone around on the anti-clockwise run to hold them up. Dave set off towards the pen. Just a little bump across in front of him. Sheep have come inside the carry up to the pen. See Dave just looking over his left shoulder. He just needs to get those sheep back on course, which is on his right hand side. Another little trot. Blondie's holding the weight from the inside of the course. That's okay. The dog can work from whatever position it needs to keep the sheep carrying nicely, keep them on course. They just pulled up again. They're watching the dog, so she's going to have to come in. Great work, Blondie. Got the sheep moving forward again. And they're still looking to break down the ground towards the let-out yards at this later part of the run. So they haven't been easy for Dave or Blondie at all. So starting to line up okay for the pen. Nearly a little break down the inside. Dave's approaching the set. So he's got a couple of metres to go. They're just at that gap between where Dave needs to stand and the edge of the gate. Just trotting downhill away. Just coming down, back down towards the gap. So he's going to have to do a bit of work to get them back to the pen to finish off. And so about 3 minutes to go. It can feel like an eternity, or it can go very quickly. Sheep are just having a little pick on their way back to the pen. Blondie's around front to cover. Now she goes anti-clockwise. Ooh. Got the sheep on the gate. Through the gap they go between Dave and the edge of the gate. One's in the pen, two are away. Is that one going to stay, or are the two going to go in the pen? So he's got that single, it just came out. It's just behind the gate. The two sheep are just coming around, rolling around the edge. If we keep our fingers crossed, they might go straight into the pen now. That single might drag his mates in. It's experienced what's in there. They're looking.
Yep.
In they go.
Yep.
It's just got to make sure they're settled. They just look a bit tense at the moment. He's probably got a couple of minutes to go.
Yep.
Just making sure his sheep are calm. Blondie's covering that gap. He's just looking at Dave for the final instructions. He's closing the gate. Great work, Dave and Blondie. That was not an easy pen at all, so that's really well done for his second run in the Ted Gaby. Third run will be tomorrow morning for Dave and Blondie.
Well done, Dave Lacey, and a
So our next competitor at the peg is Bernard McGlashan from Tasmania. He's working a dog called McGlashan's Talia. This is a dog that Bernard bred carrying his prefix. They're at the peg set. Sheep are released. They're hopping out with a little bit of energy. Time on. Sending the dog out to the right, so that anti-clockwise run. Again, she comes past our position, spied the sheep. Lovely deep searching cast. She's hit the back fence, running along the high pro banner. Take up position just about at 12 o'clock, maybe 12:01 if we're going to be fussy. Sheep are lifted. Starting to move down the ground towards Bernard. See, they've just turned around. They just want to check the dog, trying to make their own assessment. Sheep at the rear of the mob's just having a feed. And we can even hear from the commentary position Bernard's using his whistle to command his dog. It's a marvellous thing watching these dogs work. They need to learn how to take commands from us, whether it's verbally or a whistle, and then they need to convince the sheep to do what we want them to do. So sometimes when people ask about the dogs, I tell them my dogs are multilingual because they can speak dog, they can speak human, they can speak whistle. Just a little break down to the right of the ground a bit. You can see Talia's just near the Maltese cross. I'm negotiating that just in a little while. And now she needs to get the sheep delivered first, down to Bernard. A couple of them having a little graze on the ground at the moment. She's walking up quietly. Bernard was telling me just a little while ago she does have a bit of power, this dog, so he's got to manage that as well on the trial ground. Sometimes you need it, but you also need finesse on a 3-sheep ground, as with other forms of trialling. Too much pressure might blow the sheep up and then cause them to run off course, take points off you. Just starting to come a bit closer to Bernard, coming down the ground, about halfway down the ground from where they were picked up by the dog. It's a beautifully marked course. You could judge it from this position where we are in the commentary box. The markers are very clear on the ground. But the best position is where the judges, both our judges, have on the ground. We have 2 judges judging the Ted Gaby Challenge. You'll see a little bit later one judge moving around the ground in a buggy around the fence line. It's Bill Davidson from New South Wales. And our other judge, Peter Oxley, also from New South Wales. Peter's walking the inside line this afternoon. Oh, you see that sheep close to the dog, just take a step towards the dog, as if to say, come on, what have you got? Talia was there, took the challenge, stepped in, showed great courage. Two sheep still having a feed. Might have heard Jim O'Connell commentating earlier today. It was an interesting point that he made. Sometimes if you let the sheep graze too much, they might forget about the dog, and then when you move the dog, give the sheep a bit of a fright, and it might cost you a couple of points. So you need to keep the dog in the mind of the sheep as well. And all these great handlers in the Ted Gaby this afternoon, they've got great skill, great experience, great dogs to work. So he's getting the sheep closer to the delivery area, we'll call it. Sheep seem to be accepting Talia. She's coming a little bit closer a couple of times. He's coming around the back of Bernard in the correct direction. He's getting Talia on that clockwise, anti-clockwise run just to hold the sheep up. Just still want to break back towards the bottom part of the course there. Bernard's off, moving down towards his first obstacle, so he needs to get those sheep up. I think that one at the lead's the one that hasn't put its head down for a graze yet. The other two have been led by it. Got him on course. Talia's hit their head and blocked them up. They're just dancing on that outside line of the corridor. Just stepped over it. Talia's there to just keep them in check. As Bernard gets close to our position, we can hear him working the whistle. Clearly Talia understands those commands. It's a great way to communicate in this windy weather. Bernard does have a few hills at home that he needs to work when he's working the dogs, so that whistle noise does carry very well. Sheep are lining up for that obstacle well. Bernard's coming close to the set. Talia just needs to pull him up just to keep it in that great spot. Bernard's stepped in the set, needs to work the obstacle. Just bring her around a bit on the clockwise. Sheep are just looking the other way at the moment, just deciding if they might try and make a little break, but no, I'll just have a little bit of a pick. Just bringing Talia in, one head up. Tried to make a little break. His mate actually stopped him in the middle. Just looking towards the obstacle. They're seen through the gap. Just chose to walk away a little bit. That's okay, they're still in a good spot. Bernard needs to keep still and just use his whistle or voice commands or hand signals to command his dog just at the moment. Once they complete this obstacle for the New Zealand drive, then Bernard can get a bit more interactive. Getting closer towards the entry of the gap. Did turn their heads a little bit, little stamp of the foot, lick of the lips. Now a mouthful of grass. Just a little break past that outside edge of the obstacle. They're still in that working area for the obstacle. That could have cost a point or two. Around the outside again. Now on the downhill side of that gap, you're going to have to bring them back around so he can negotiate the obstacle. Sheep are just getting a little bit lively. Dog's getting a little bit lively too. But the other bit of pressure is time. Bernard can't do anything about that, so he needs to start to control this situation and try and claw some time back so he can keep moving around the course. I need to thank Steve Turner for supplying the sheep for us this week. It's been a challenge today so far. I'm sure the competitors that are competing in the championship later on in the week have been watching closely. Through the gap they go. First part complete. Just making a little break out in the middle of the ground. Bernard now has to go through the gap himself. Just decide how he's going to deal with this situation, and at the moment he needs to step out a bit. The sheep are getting away from him. Talia hasn't pulled up, just near that free work line. Bernard will walk up. He's walking up the inside line. They're just looking to make a little break out towards the back fence towards the High Pro banner. We need to thank the High Pro group for their terrific sponsorship of sheepdog trialling across the country. And you can see the High Pro reps here at the 2024 High Pro Supreme Australian Championships. They're just into the free work area, so Bernard's going to step in there. They just made a little break down the right hand side of that cross. They're having a practice go for the second half of the obstacle. Bernard needs to bring them down towards him. He can bring them out that exit. Just stuck in between the panels at the moment. Should he go left? Should he go right? Bernard's just walking up, trying to land on the sheep, get them out of that obstacle so he can bring them back up the hill towards him, and then take the eastern entrance of the Maltese Cross. Bill Davidson, our judge, judging the outside line. He's got a perfect view of proceedings. Bill won't miss anything. So now they're walking towards the entrance of the cross. 5 minutes to go. Still a little bit worried about the dog. They haven't really had a look up the obstacle until now. First, second, third sheep they're in. Just about to complete that first half of the obstacle. They're just running away from the dog, heading towards the bridge. They need to come back and do the second half of the Maltese cross, which goes from north to south. Thanks, Marion. As we look in the western direction where the sun's heading at the moment, we can see the home of the Geelong Cats. Believe they had a win the other night, we were told, when my wife and I crossed the border. The sheep look like they're just above the entrance of that Maltese cross. The burner's just getting Talia to bring the sheep onto him so they can line up for the second half. Here they go, 1, 2, 3, they're in. Moving across nicely. Needs to keep a little bit of pressure on him now. He is starting to run a little bit short of time. He's about halfway through the course. He's used more than half his time. Sheep are on the toe a little bit. Bernard's just trying to keep up with them. Staying on course. He gets Talia just to hold up her inside line. Bernard will hold the downhill line. Just trotting again. Moving their way into the free work area for the bridge. Just holding Talia back a little bit. They're lined up well for the bridge. Nope, they just lift their heads up. They're looking at maybe taking a little excursion around the top side of the bridge. Talia's there, hold them. Bernard's holding downhill line. See Bernard just getting a little bit more animated now. Talia's lined up. Sheep are still looking away from the bridge at the moment. You need to have a look. First one is, second one is, third one doesn't know what it wants to do. Turn around, join his mates. Consider going up the bridge. I'm sure Bernard would like that to happen. And keep turning back on the dog. It might be they just feel Talia's just a little bit of a threat. So Bernard's going to change sides now. The sheep would just walk back into that drive area. Bernard's going to take the uphill part of the bridge to cover. Get Talia to bring the sheep onto him and then hopefully across the bridge. Bernard comes into this second round on a score of 62.25. We get that part point because in the New Zealand section you can score half points, and when we got the scores from the two judges, when they averaged, that's how we ended up with 62.25 for his first round run. I just don't want to have a look up that bridge. They're looking, but they just don't feel comfortable to take a step towards it at the moment, so it's getting a little bit difficult for Bernard. Time is ticking away. A couple of minutes to go, only 2 minutes to go, so it's achievable, but it's going to be very difficult. Break down the bottom side of the bridge, around full lap around the bridge. Talia's there to cover. Bernard's gone downhill again. Cover that bottom side of the bridge. He does need to start to drive into the sheep a little bit now. Time ticking away. We have said before as well, a lot of competitors carry a timer. It's a popular one is a countdown timer that actually talks. So Bernard would know that he has 2 minutes to go. This sheep is just starting to put up a challenge now in this second half of the course. I'd be certain that's the same sheep that wasn't having a graze at the first part of the course. It just didn't settle like its two mates, and right now it's starting to become a little bit more difficult to get them to flow forward. And you can see as this challenge gets harder, the sheep are getting more upset. Tension's building between Bernard, the dog, and the sheep. This is dog trialling. This is dog trialling at its best. We've seen some of the best handlers in the country today and tomorrow morning and throughout the week. 1's up, 2's up, 3 turn around quickly. Up on the bridge. They're not off the bridge yet.
40 seconds.
40 seconds to go. Probably about 35 seconds now. Bernard's moving. Got Talia around the bottom side of the bridge. Come up on the sheep. Just making a little break up the hill, out to their right a little bit. Starting to move away. Bernard knows how much time he's got. The sheep are flying in the right direction towards the pen, so just let him go. And that's what he's doing. Just getting Talia to cover the inside so they don't break back down the ground towards the let-out yards. So just starting to move around on the clockwise, get the sheep on course. And unfortunately that's time. That's the end of the run for Bernard and Talia. She still wants to keep working. These dogs are amazing dogs. And she's now finished walking away with Bernard. They can regroup for their third round run tomorrow.
Lovely work there from Bernard McGlashan and Talia.
Oh, I love High Pro Premium because it's just great nutrition for the dogs and gives them plenty of stamina for their work on the farm and keep their coats and everything else in great condition. Quality food like High Pro Premium ensures sustained energy levels for efficient handling of livestock.
High Pro, that's the go. High Pro, that's the go. Get behind.
Coming out for their second run, Anthony Island, Oakdown's Bin, coming from the first round on a score of 49.75. So Anthony's just getting himself ready, just walking towards the peg, got Bin in position, looking over his right shoulder towards the let-out area. Judges raise the flag, asking for sheep. Sheep are released. Just coming down the ground nicely. They're just looking downhill, so Anthony will watch this. Time on. Sent the dog Bin uphill, out towards his right. Sheep are just looking downhill at the moment. Dog's seen the sheep, sheep haven't seen the dog just yet. First sheep's seen the dog. Second two know something's going on, but they're just looking the other way. At that third sheep, the rear of the group's just giving them a little lift forward. That's okay. Just moved a couple of steps away from the dog. One's grazing, two are watching the dog. And this introduction's very important. Too much pressure on the sheep can really upset the sheep for the whole run. You want the dog to be in charge, but you don't want the dog to be a threat. Just a little trot just on the diagonal to the right as they're heading towards Anthony. As we're saying that, there's a little gum tree in the background getting some pressure from the wind, so that's also playing on the sheep's minds a little bit too, I think. Certainly up here we can hear the wind howling across the top of the commentary box. Now their focus is the dog behind them at the moment. Just got them centred, part way down the ground towards Anthony. We say that some lorikeets flew over the top with a good tailwind behind them. So Bin's in a little bit closer now, so the sheep seem to be accepting the dog. Still just want to move away downhill a little bit. Bin's there to cover. Doesn't need to run fast, just a gentle trot just to keep in the eye of the sheep. That rear sheep just keeps looking back at the dog, just a little bit nervous. Now they're trotting away, coming up here a little bit. Steering them back on that line, down towards Anthony. If you didn't hear earlier in the first round, Anthony Ireland from South Australia is also one of the judges for the Supreme Championship, but he's lucky enough and good enough and has the privilege to represent South Australia in the Interstate Challenge running today and tomorrow. And then after his third round run tomorrow, he'll go and have a break and get ready to start judging the Supreme Championship later that afternoon. One of the other things that happens from this competition is that we will pick 4 competitors to make up the Australian team, and we have our friends from New Zealand sending a team over. They'll arrive shortly, and we'll have the test match for the Waylego Cup at the end of the week. So Anthony and the other competitors are also fighting for the Ted Gaby Shield. South Australia won that last year, and Anthony, Stefan and Ben are hoping they can keep their hands on it this year. Just about got the sheep delivered. Just needs to bring the sheep around the back of that casting peg. They're on the correct side. They need to work that anti-clockwise behind Anthony to then commence that first carry towards the gap. It's taken a little bit of time. There's a challenge from one of those sheep just walking back on top of the dog. Almost used 4 minutes just getting these sheep delivered. So he's got a bit over 11 minutes to go. Certainly achievable. Sheep across that balance marker now, and Anthony can proceed, but he's going to set the sheep up, showing some experience there. Sheep are just backtracking where they came, so this is also costing a couple of points, but at the same time it's chewing up time as well. And these little battles the sheep have each time with the dog, if they march over the top of the dog, in their minds it's a win. They can get away with it again and again. Sheep just coming uphill behind Anthony. Bins out wide above the sheep, just behind the pen at the moment. Sheep are trying to make a break down the ground. Bins putting the brakes on them. They're still trying to walk over the top of the dog. It's not a very big dog. She's a good little dog. Just come inside the course there. Anthony's catching up now. So made that break probably about halfway down that first carry. Anthony's just about in line with them. He's going to pass them and see if he can get them back on course. But they're still breaking down the hill, still leaning on the dog. Just about to come back on course in front of Anthony. He has to maintain his pace on this first carry. So now the pressure of the dog and Anthony being close by, it's not really letting the sheep settle that much. And there's a single break just down the ground. Anthony just redirected Bin to collect that single, and the other 2 sheep joined it, so he needs to bring them back up, back to this side of the obstacle, so they can negotiate it in the correct direction in the flow of the course. But this isn't easy. Time ticking away. Anthony needs to just keep a little bit of pressure on the sheep and get command of the situation. They're going to go in that obstacle in reverse. That's okay. Now they can turn around. They've experienced going through the gap, so that might even help get them through from the correct side now. They just moved away off course a little bit. Sheep at the back of the group just had a look back towards it. They're heading in the right direction now, but they circled back. Ben and Anthony are working hard for South Australia. Anthony can't do too much at the moment. He needs to stand fairly still and work his dog, get Ben to do all the work. The second section, the New Zealand drive, Anthony can help, but we're not up there yet. Still got to complete this first section, get the sheep through the gap. They're looking down the side. Still looking down the side. That third sheep's drawn with his mates towards the centre of the obstacle. Just dancing past it again. This is exciting stuff. It must be frustrating for Anthony, but it's exciting to watch. They're looking at the gap now. It just paused. Bin just holds the ground for a second. Great work. I want to make a break out to the right again, just running downhill and back towards the gate they came out when they were released. So they're kind of about halfway down that drive themselves. They're off course. Anthony's trying to get hold of that. That's that single again, running away, taking his mates with them. Heading towards the back fence. Anthony's just going to catch up in line with them. He's working the inside line of that corridor. He needs to get the sheep back on course. While the sheep are dancing outside the corridor, this is costing him points. If they keep marching forward or keep marching further away, both those experienced judges will be picking up those points that the sheep are dropping for them. So you can see Anthony's paused about halfway. He doesn't want to get in front of the sheep. That'll cost him points as well. But this is not easy. That sheep just been turned at them, but it's the one that keeps making those little breaks, taking his mates with them. Doesn't want to turn off the dog, keeps turning back towards the dog. Now they're facing the right way to get towards the obstacle. Again, they're facing the dog. In the free work area for the Maltese Cross, they're heading towards the first opening. Just need to get to their left another couple of metres to line up for a nice walk through the opening of the obstacle. They're just turning away again. They're not comfortable with Bin behind them. All these dogs we're watching today and we'll see during the week. Everyone makes a lot of effort keeping their dogs in great condition, and Anthony is one of those people, definitely. And a lot of the competitors here, including myself, feed our dogs the high pro grain free product. It's one of their premium products. We also have Dog Pro Plus Working Dog. Game On is another popular product in the Dog Pro Plus range. Sheep are starting to settle a little bit. They've negotiated that first half of the obstacle rather calmly, so hopefully Anthony can get them around that second part in the same manner. It's taken a little bit of time to get there. It's got about 5 minutes to go, so it's taken 10 minutes to get to this point, so he's going to have to put a little bit of pressure on the sheep so he can keep moving across the course. Just a little block from Anthony. Sheep just sort of drifting uphill of that entrance. Still a couple of metres away, so he can steer them back in. Got Bin on the same side, just rolling the sheep around a little bit. Bit of pressure on. Maybe just a little overrun from the dog then. Stop the flow of the sheep. 3 are in. Need to concentrate. They could escape left or right. They didn't. Moving forward. Anthony's got the weight on the uphill side of the sheep. They've entered the next drive section to head towards the bridge. Bin's coming up through the obstacle. That's all right. No loss of points for that. It's just the path the dog took. We do have a bit of cloud coming over, but the sun's out at the moment. Starting to warm up a little bit, even with this breeze. And these dogs that are competing today, they're in great condition. Good cardio, good diets, and good training all equals a really great dog to work. So we're just about at the bridge. We're probably over halfway on the drive towards the bridge. We've got less than 5 minutes to go. Sheep have stopped. Anthony's got Bin walk up a little bit now. They've started and stopped again. Just coming up to that line to enter the free work area for the obstacle. They're in. Anthony's in. Bin's just behind this, pushing on the sheep just gently to have got their head down. That single still got its head up. Anthony's working the top side of the bridge. They're looking. Ooh, nearly a break back down. They're still in the mouth of the obstacle, so he's clawed a bit of time back. So once they get off, he's on the carry section up to the pen. A little bit of dust coming off the bridge. Just a small breakout away from the bridge. Anthony's off. got 3 minutes to go. So he's done great work from the cross. He had 5 minutes to go. He's now completed the second New Zealand section, which is the drive to the bridge and the obstacle. Now he's heading to the pen with time up his sleeve. The sheep seem a little bit more settled now. Hopefully you can keep them that way moving towards the pen. Just a little trot from the sheep. Bin's coming up the inside of the course just to cover that side. Done a great job too. The sheep have just paused nicely. They're getting in a good position for Anthony to carry him in his hip pocket, just walking that last part towards the pen. Probably got about 15 metres to go before he hits the set. All three sheep have got their heads down. Just don't want to give them a little fright at this stage. They're just trying to make a little break behind Anthony up the inside of the course. It's coming towards us down at this northern end of the ground. Not too far away for Anthony to complete the course though. Moving towards the pen, minute 40 to go. Still got their heads down. They're interested in a little bit of a feed. Sent bin around the back of the pen. That was a great decision from Anthony then. Kept the sheep in the mouth of the obstacle. Ooh, just a little break down the hill. Still in the mouth of the obstacle. 1, 2, 3, they're in. They've crossed the line. Probably still has a little bit of time up his sleeve. I just moved away from the clock. Just making sure they're settled. He's going for the gate. Sheep are looking at the dog. Bin's covering that opening. Great work, Anthony and Bin. That was hard. That was a hard run, especially at the cross. Got the pen and we'll wait to hear the score from the judges.
What do you have left? 59 seconds.
To keep your dogs healthy and on the go, beat 'em. High Pro, that's the go.
Oh, I love High Pro Premium because it's just great nutrition for the dogs and gives them plenty of stamina for their work on the farm and keep their coats and everything else in great condition. Quality food like High Pro Premium ensures sustained energy levels for efficient handling of livestock.
High Pro, that's the go. High Pro, that's the go. Get behind.
Dog, Gibson's Polly. There's one that he
So our last competitor, Anthony Ireland with Oakdown Bin, had a second round score of 67. Next competitor coming out to the peg, they've just walked through the gate, Jeff Gibson from Queensland and Gibson's Polly, coming into the second round with a score of 77.5. Jeff's got Polly set to his right, looking down the ground, approaching the casting peg. He's set. Judges are asking for the sheep.
Hang on a minute, Danny. I'll just get this started.
Sheep are out. Just need to move down the ground a little bit. They're just on the toe. Just looking back at their mates where they just came from.
Ladies ask who's commentating now. Ladies ask who's commentating now. Ladies ask who's commentating now.
Who has?
Antonia Simmons on Facebook.
John Cantrell from Dubbo in the commentary box. Polly's away. Anti-clockwise cast. Nice deep ranging cast. Just walking up on a sheep. Rear sheep's had a look. Just move forward a little bit. Still a third sheep having a nibble. Nice lift. They're just trotting up the ground. That's okay, they can walk, they can trot. Just taking a little bit of time here to introduce Polly to these sheep. Each competitor gets 3 fresh sheep each run, so these sheep haven't been around the course, they haven't seen a dog today. They may well use dogs on the farm at home, but 3 sheep by themselves may feel a little bit more threatened than when they're in the security of a big mob. You can see from our vantage point here, there is a bit of distance between the sheep and the dog. Jeff knows that. He's just got Polly to lay down just to take a moment, let the sheep take a moment as well. Just take a breath, as they say. Some of the old blokes you talk to, when you're getting a bit wound up, they'll tell you to roll a smoke. They're not encouraging smoking, but it's just a term to use to calm down. So you might roll that smoke in your head, you might count to 10, you might take a deep breath. So the sheep are coming up, getting closer to Jeff now. Just starting to get in position to work that casting peg in that anti-clockwise direction, which is the direction of the course. And you can see in the background a high pro tent. If you're on the grounds and listening, go and visit the team from High Pro and get some information about the dog or cat food. We don't use cats on the 3 sheep ground, but you might have a cat at home that needs feeding. So if you've just joined us, this is Jeff Gibson from Queensland with his dog Gibson's Polly. Start off with 15 minutes, 100 points. And the way this is scored is for each infringement you lose a point or more depending on the infringement at the time. So Jeff's now completed that first task, being getting the sheep delivered, and passed the balance marker that was behind him. He's now on the first carry, moving towards the gap. This part of the course Jeff has to keep walking, can't stop. If he does, it'll cost him. If he changes his pace, these 2 judges, Peter and Bill, they won't miss it. It might cost him another point. So the sheep just don't want to move at the moment. Just brought Polly in a little bit, just a little gentle bump. See, she's light on her feet. Oh, there she goes. Just trying to cover that break just outside the course on the uphill side. Gibbo's watching the sheep. These experienced handlers, they'll watch their sheep. They know the dog will take the command and get in the right spot when they're asked to. Like other forms of sheepdog trialling or cattle dog trialling, it's all about precision. One step too far can cost a point. That step might be from the sheep, could be from the handler. So the perfect scenario is once these sheep move, they keep flowing forward on the course. These sheep are walking nicely down here, just a little trot. Polly covered it. Just starting to get ready to line up for the first obstacle. We've got a great vantage point here watching this first obstacle in the commentary position. You can see Peter Oxley in the background just moving in position to judge the obstacle. That first sheep's having a look at the gap. It's going to, little pause. Just say goodbye to Polly as I go through the gap. Just let Jeff know he's got to follow us. Little break up the ground, Polly's covered. Jeff's now gone through the obstacles to commence the drive. That lead sheep's just a little bit upset with Polly. Stamp of the foot, but moved away. Head down looking at the grass. Gibbo's going to carry the inside line on that course. Polly's still guarding the outside line. This is starting to turn into a nice drive. Sheep are just increasing pace a little bit. Jeff is as well, just to try and keep up. They're just trotting away from him. One of the great things about this sheepdog trialing that we all know and love is that we've got a great age range of competitors. Gibbo is one of our more senior members. One of his teammates, Bailey Knight, he's probably the youngest competitor in this Interstate Challenge this year. And the other great thing about this sport is that men and women compete equally as well, like some of our equestrian sports. At the moment it's all about Jeff and Polly and these 3 sheep. They need to get to the pen, but we're not there yet. We've got to negotiate the cross first. They're lined up beautifully for it. Just head down grazing. Jeff's very experienced. He knows not to put too much pressure on these sheep. He's been watching them progress around the course to this point. Lovely work on this. Just moving the dog enough, not overworking, not trying to stress the sheep out. They just came out the obstacle. They've just paused. Polly's just there to bring them around the Jeff side of the obstacle on the northern part of the cross. Lined up for that second approach. Just got a few little drops of rain falling on us now here at Geelong Showground. That's not going to dampen Jeff's enthusiasm for this run, however. 1, 2, 3, they're in. Southbound for the bridge. Finish that part of the obstacle. They're just about to enter the next drive section. Just walking onto Polly a bit, just taking up position uphill, downhill on the course. Just on that sort of western side of the ground. Now they're driving the sheep forward. It's in a great position at the moment. Sheep, Jeff on one side, Polly on the other, just moving forward quietly and calmly. Sometimes you hear people say when we're talking about working the dogs, less is more, and it's just a good example at the moment. Just a little bit of pressure on the sheep. Ask them to come forward. Now sheep are just asking the dog a question, do you really want us to? And we know the answer is yes at the moment. It's funny that this later part of the day, it's not uncommon at a lot of 3 sheep trials, particularly on a big grassy arena, the sheep do start putting their heads down to have a bit of afternoon tea. That's what they're doing now. Everyone stopped. Jeff's just asked Polly to come in quietly on the shoulder of that lead sheep. Gave it a little bump forward. Just keeping up his side, but they're mainly watching the dog. They probably see the dog as more of a threat than what Jeff would be. But Polly's working well. She's working extremely well for a young dog as well. Just a little break down the bottom side of the bridge. Gone around the end of it. Polly's there to cover. Nice wide run. Around that anti-clockwise just to regather the sheep in front of that lovely big gum tree with the breeze blowing through it. This will just chew up a little bit of time. I think Jeff's probably going okay for time. He's got about 6 minutes to go, so certainly doesn't need to panic at the moment. Jeff's got a lot of experience. He's represented Queensland, I think, 12 times. New South Wales prior to that 4 times. Been in the test team 8 times. Not many with that amount of representative experience at the high level of trialling. It's not just working your dog and sheep around the course, it's also soaking up that pressure. Sheep are looking up. First sheep's had a little trip up the ramp, but the last sheep's still looking at Jeff now. Not really sure if it wants to follow. Let's turn it around. Great work, Polly. Great work, Jeff. Up on the bridge. 1, 2, 3, they're off. Polly's coming around on the clockwise again. Jeff's just pulled her up for a sec. The sheep are coming uphill, so he's going to let them come. He's on his way to the pen. Still got a good solid 5 minutes to go. And as we see Jeff walking up, judge on the outside line, Bill Davidson's passing down the bottom part of the ground in the golf buggy. The golf buggies are great as well, especially the electric ones. They're nice and quiet for the judge to move around the ground without upsetting the action in the middle of the ground. Jeff's just got the sheep grazing out in front of him. Just keeping Polly in contact but not leaning on them too hard, just a little trot forward. Polly comes down the inside of the course just to cover that. Sheep have still got their heads down. Jeff has a very calm demeanour as well. That experience is certainly helping with that. I'm sure in the early days he probably felt the nerves too. So the sheep are in a great position there, just grazing forward towards the pen. They're on course. Just a little turn towards Jeff, still grazing forward. Polly's just covering this inside of the sheep now. Oh, just a little break around the outside. Just around the end of the pen. Polly's there quickly to gather up. Just needs to push them back. Jeff would probably try and roll them around that outside of the pen and onto the gate, so to speak, to roll into the pen. They're in a great position there. Stop Polly, moving her out. Covering that outside much better this time. They're having a look in the pen. One's in, two are grazing. Nearly in, but not quite. Just needs to probably get that rear sheep, just get its feet in. And I'd say with the time Jeff's got, he'll want to make sure the sheep are securely in before he commits to closing the gate. Now it's just getting a little bit tense. They don't want to walk off the dog. They know they can escape from where they've come. But the pen is nice and light. It's painted white, sun's shining nice and bright on it, so there's not a lot of shadows in there. Shouldn't be too threatening, but now it's just that pressure from the dog. It's probably the closest she's been to them really at this point throughout the course, so they're feeling that tension from the dog as well. I think it was noted earlier it's Polly's birthday next week, so let's hope she has a good birthday with some good runs under her belt as well. She's done very well to get the sheep to this point, but it's still not over yet, not until that pen gate's shut. There's a sheep grazing ever so slowly towards the back panel of the pen. The other two have had a look, they're moving in. That looks a little bit better, but still watching the dog. Just got her to move, just going for the gate. Polly's holding her ground, picked up the gate, moving to close it. Polly's just saying, what do you want me to do now, boss? Just hold position. Great work, Jeff. Great work, Polly. We'll get a score from the judges in a moment. Out at the peg now, Will Goggin and Vaimari Trixie from New South Wales. Trixie's ready to go. Judges are just waiting for the sheep just to bunch up a little bit more before they ring the bell. Trixie's watching just around Will's left hand side. Sheep are mobbed up. Time on from the judge. And we're away. Trixie's coming out on an anti-clockwise cast. Out to Will's right. Sheep are spotted already, so they're in contact. Game on. Just slowing up a little bit here on the right hand side of the ground as Will's looking down. She comes around the back. Sheep are moving towards Will. Nice start.
Good, mate. Yep, you called. Wow.
Just trying for a little break up the hill towards the gap where the sheep are positioned at the moment. Trixie's there to hold them.
Fantastic. See? Media star. Told you.
Will's got 15 minutes to complete this course. It's probably coming to the close of his first minute. Just spending this time to introduce the dog to the sheep. 3 fresh sheep for each competitor. These sheep haven't seen the dog today. Little dance, little pirouette from that outside sheep. Little trot to the middle of the course.
Yep. Thanks. Bye.
Trixie's there to hold the sheep. Our last competitor, Jeff Gibson, with Gibson's Polly, ran an 81.5. It was an improvement on his first round run. Well done, Jeff. It's all about Will and Trixie now from New South Wales. Will comes from Breadbow, not Threadbow, but Breadbow, near Coomera in New South Wales, Monaro. Will and his wife Lauren have a property in the hills there just near the showground where we hold the Breadbow 3 sheep trial for our competitors, usually in November each year. In the hills overlooking the ground, we've got sheep and cattle. Will's just taking a bit of time, letting the sheep accept the dog. Trixie's back on her feet, just coming in. As she's walking in on the sheep, clouds are coming in a little bit too. It's becoming a little bit overcast now. We did have a little bit of rain yesterday before we started proceedings today. Been a mostly sunny day, but it's been a bit windy too. Sheep are coming down fairly well. Just keep pausing and turning back on the dog. So that flow seems to start but then stop again. It can be a bit difficult. Sometimes people describe it as tying the sheep up because they won't turn off the dog and move away, so they keep staring at the dog, and then the dog's got to use a bit more horsepower to make the sheep walk backwards or turn away and start walking forward. So they're just about at will now. One is looking the right way. The other two still just keeping an eye on Trixie. Couple having a graze now, but that sheep closest to the dog still not sure, just a little bit worried, a little flick of the head. Just walking away, taking its mates with them. Got them past the balance marker behind Will. So whenever Will wants to, he can step away. He's off. So now he's got to keep walking. Will and Trixie come in to this second round with a score of 66.5 from their run this morning. Hoping to improve on that. Hoping to improve for the individual scores, but not only that, try and get that shield back off South Australia. If my memory serves me correctly, New South Wales was successful in 2022. And in that team was Mick Hudson and Bill Davidson, one of our judges today. And Mick's been good enough to get back in the team again this year. We'll see Mick run a little bit later. Right now, Will's got the sheep in a great position, taking them down to the first obstacle. He's just popped him in his back pocket. Sheep just looking to make a little bit of a break towards the centre of the ground. Trixie's there to cover, push them back on course. Just in front of Will now. That's okay. Just needs to get them back in the corridor, walking towards that first obstacle. You might see Will's also carrying a stick while he's working the dog. That's allowed. Some states have a couple of variations on the rule with the stick. They all agree that it's 18 inches long or 46 centimetres. Some specify colour, specify that the stick can't be hollow. The reason for it not being hollow is that you might put something in it and it might rattle. Anyway, back to the action in front of us. Sheep are lined up very well for the obstacle, looking for an inside break. Covered by Trixie. They're just coming around the outside of the obstacle now, just making a little break off course. They haven't gone past the obstacle, but they come off course towards the let out, just towards that northern side of the ground. I think one of the sheep heard me. It's just having a look and saying, I know, John. We're out here with the dog. As we say that, our outside judge Bill Davidson just goes past in the golf buggy. So taking the sheep back to that good position above the obstacle. They're just starting to liven up. They're looking at the gap. Through they go. Well done, Will. Just had to raise his voice a little bit. Trixie, the action was getting a little bit excited. Now Will's negotiated the gap. He's on the drive as well. He's taking up the inside line, getting Trixie to hold her side between the sheep and the rest of the mob in the let-out yards. Will's just walking in the sheep, getting Trixie to hold her position. Will's trying to pressure the sheep forward a little bit. Judges do want to see a bit of work from the competitor as well in these New Zealand sections. That's a great thing about this course, that you do get to help your dog. The sheep are walking up that outside line quite nicely. Just still looking at the dog, but they are moving. They're not turning back on the dog, just looking over their shoulders now. Moving towards the centre of course, leaning on Will a bit. Will keeps them straight. Trixie's keeping up her end of the bargain as well. Just a little step forward in that sheep. Keeping them very well in the centre now. This is now a good drive towards that last part of this, up towards the Maltese cross. Just tried for a little break around the outside. Trixie just put a couple of steps forward and pulled that up. Sheep are looking straight up the middle of the obstacle. Here we go. They're in. Just looking out. Ooh, looking out the right hand side of that obstacle. Trixie was there. Got in the eye of the sheep. They're out. Trixie goes around anti-clockwise to bring them around on the northern side of the cross. Will's just holding there. They've come back in. He's going to have to clear them out of the obstacle. So now he can rework it. They already cleared that top side of the obstacle from our position, I'm quite sure. So that first half is finished. Now Will has to work the second half. So the sheep have just got themselves in the corner of those two panels. They need to be just a little bit more to their right to go through the obstacle. They need to let them back. Trixie's just holding them well. Having a look in the gap they're in. 1, 2, 3, walking through. Will's just got to manage his side here, closest to us. Trixie's coming in behind them. They're through the obstacle. Through she comes. She's got a panel in the way. Little wag of the tail. She might be feeling a little bit of the pressure as well. We're starting to feel it up here in the commentary area too. So they're on the second drive now. As we say that, the wind's picking up a little bit more as well. I hope that awning on my caravan's holding out. Will's just walking up on that shoulder of the sheep, just trying to get a little bit of movement. He does know that they were taking a little bit too much pressure from Trixie, so he's just holding her in a good position, just a nice distance from them. So Will's working the left-hand side of this part of the course. It's a little break, send Trixie around. Much quicker on her feet than Will. That sheep's having a look at Trixie again. Just a little bump. Still on course, and not forgetting this part of the course is a 15-metre course. So sometimes, because we don't tend to work a lot of Trans-Tasman in New South Wales, we do panic a bit sometimes when the sheep make a little trot. But if it's on the 15-metre course, it's much bigger than our New South Wales 8-metre course. So heading towards the free work area of the bridge now. Will's just starting to take up position downhill. Just need to keep sheep moving forward. They're in now. Had a little bit of a look at the bridge from further back. There's no commitment from the sheep yet. One's having a graze. Well done, Will. Just bumped a little bit too hard. They've come up the top side of the bridge. It's hard to tell from our position if they did go past that wing or not, but Will's holding up that weight. Well done, Will. Well done, Trixie. They're having a look, having a sniff of the ramp. 3 of them are on. 3 of them are off, sending her around the anti-clockwise towards that gum tree. Just picking her up. Will's on his way. It's got 4 minutes to go. I'm pretty sure Will carries the timer as well. It's got the sheep in a nice position now. Trixie's just coming around the entrance to the bridge. Little trot from the sheep uphill. Trixie's covering the inside. Will's just walking up the ground. He's just going to pass the sheep in a moment. Just slip them back in his back pocket again, but they don't really want to do that. They prefer to walk themselves this time. So up the ground they go. Just getting Trixie to hold this inside where the weight is starting to increase. They do want to pull down this northern end of the ground still. They're having a little cheeky look, but they're still on course. Will's just approaching. He's just reversing Trixie. Just took a little bit of pressure off, made a bit of space for him as to walk past the sheep as well. Now another little trot. They just aren't quite settled, but they are moving in the right direction. The passage of the sheep at the moment is great. They're on course. They're not getting away from Will. They're staying in that 9 metre area with him. So he's approaching his set. Just got Trixie laying down. Up she get. A little trot. They're heading towards Will. They're going to head towards that gap around the gate. No. Well done, Trixie. Great work. In the pen they go. Trixie's around the cover. Will's going for the gate now. He's not going to waste any time. Oh. Just looked like there was a little bit of movement from the sheep. Well done, Will. Well done, Trixie. Great pen. Probably about 3 minutes to go, so he could have done a bit more of that if he wanted to. But we'll wait to hear a score.
Oh, I love High Pro Premium because it's just great nutrition for the dogs and gives them plenty of stamina for their work on the farm and keep their coats and everything else in great condition. Quality food like High Pro Premium ensures sustained energy levels for efficient handling of livestock.
High Pro, that's the go. High Pro, that's the go. Get behind.
At the peg now is Simon leaning with Marion Vale Dye, all the way from Western Australia. Simon comes in with a first round score of 80 from this morning's run. Simon was last run out in that first round, and now he comes out for his second round run. We're away. Sent Dye out to the left. Marion Vale Dye carries Simon's prefix. She comes, she's approaching the sheep, she's looking at sheep, they're looking at her. Nice lift towards the handler. Just on the trot, moving down the ground a bit. Simon will probably pull her up. Just let the sheep have a moment. about halfway down the ground. Just a little bit active at the moment. Di's just coming out to her left just to cover an uphill. Now downhill to her right just to try and steady them up, straighten that line up towards Simon. The wind's picking up again. You can see that Southern Cross windmill above the shed starting to spin again. Sheep are trying to make a break up to the left in front of Simon, so he's going to have to bring them back down to negotiate this first task being delivered around to his left, around that casting peg. Our last competitor, Will Goggin with Vaimari Trixie, ran a 79.75. Great work, Will. Great work for New South Wales. And now we're watching Simon Leaning from Western Australia. I met Simon about 6 years ago at the Hawkesbury Supreme in Sydney. Simon was kind enough to come all the way over and judge the novice and encourage event for us, and also did some great commentary later in the week. This year Simon's a competitor representing representing Western Australia, and also competing in the championship when that starts tomorrow. Now we're focused on the Ted Gaby Interstate competition. Sheep have been delivered, Simon's watching and he's away. Di's coming around that anti-clockwise run just to pull the sheep up. They've just done a bit of a spiral around Simon. They just come off course down the inside or his left, just looking over his shoulder. Just needs to get them back on his right hand side to hang on to his points, but the sheep aren't going to make it easy for him at the moment. Got a big chesty one just trying to lean on the dog a bit. They've come on course, but they've run uphill. Just grabbing another point, just coming off course there, but that's okay. Simon's very experienced. He's had a terrific last couple of years trialling as well, some great results. Simon also helps a lot of people train their dogs back home in Western Australia. He's, over the years, has spent a fair bit of time overseas as well, training with training clinics in Europe and other places. Sheep just making a break towards us at the moment. If they keep going, they're going to jump in the window, but Di's there to pull them up. A couple of magpies enjoying the action down in front of us as well. And Peter Oxley's just taking up that centre line, judging that middle, from the middle part of the course. Oh! It's a little bit of a dance with the dog and the sheep there. It's a big challenge. Is that chesty sheep again. It's got that big flappy bit of skin in front of its chest. Just making a little breakdown past the obstacle. Di's coming in just to pull him up. Just turned off her a little bit. She's just about to hit the head, but that chesty guy still wants to make a little break, but he's turned around away from her now. They're not making it easy. I just had a little bit of a rough introduction on this first section of the Trans-Tasman course. Just lining the sheep up now. They're looking at the gap. They're going to go through. They're going to go through in a little bit of a trot. Di's just got to get out there and hold them up. They're right on that line, that outside line. Simon's gone through the gap, commencing the drive. That same sheep challenged the dog before. It's challenging the dog again. It's in the middle now. Well done, Simon. Well done, Di. Just need to just try and settle a little bit so we can walk forward calmly. Just trying to get a little bit break again. So they are rolling forward generally in the right direction, but they're testing the dog and testing Simon's experience as well. It's just jogging to catch up. He's allowed to do that on the Trans-Tasman's, on the New Zealand section of the course. The Trans-Tasman course is what we call it. You might notice around the ground we've got some High Pro and Dog Pro banners. The sheep just made a break around the left-hand side of the obstacles. Simon's just going to take up position just on the northern side of the first entrance. Just try and block the sheep up now. They're running hard on Simon. Just a little bump around him. Di's coming around. She's taken up position now, just on the right of the obstacle as we look at it from our commentary box. They're in the mouth of the obstacle. I think they might be in. They are. Just walking through quietly. Di's just kicked out a little bit. Try not to pressure the sheep too much. They're past the centre of the obstacle, so their only option now is to keep going forward. They cleared that first half. Well done, team. Just making mention of the banners around the ground. High Pro They're a great sponsor of sheepdog trialling in Australia, and we thank them for their support. One of the things that their support does is enable us to run these great events, being the Supreme Australian Championships each year, which travels around each state. Oh, 2 sheep have gone in the northern entrance of the cross. There's one single that doesn't want to play the game. Simon's going to let it go to join its mates, and he's going to attempt that again. They're going to do that obstacle in reverse. That's okay. It's wasting time now as well. The die's coming around. Pull the sheep up. Probably about 10 metres away from the obstacle at the moment. Turn to face the obstacle, looking at the mouth of it. 2 of them have been through already. Simon's got to hold up that little attempt at a break down his side. Oh, nearly just put a nose around, got them back in. Die's driving the sheep. He's just sending her out to cover that top exit. Simon's just coming in to lean on the sheep now just to drive them forward. All 3 moving forward well. So just saying, before the Supreme travels around each state, next year it's a home Supreme for Simon and his team, Ken and Grant, in Western Australia. They're on the second drive section now. So this year the Victoria have got the honour of hosting the test match against New Zealand as well at the end of the week. So we're going to pick a team from this Ted Gaby competition. And by tomorrow afternoon we'll know who our 4 Australian reps are. But we won't get ahead of ourselves yet. This competition's about finding the winners of the Ted Gaby Shield, and at the moment South Australia has still got their hands on it, and we'll see who might be taking it home. We'll know that result after lunch tomorrow. So we're at the bridge now. Simon's downhill. Sheep are having a look. He's getting some time back. That's great. Great work, Simon. Great work, Di. Just a little pause on the bridge there. So just getting Di to walk up. 1, 2, 3. Throw a little bit of dust in the air with 7 minutes to go. Just pop downhill a bit towards the windmill and the gum tree. Di's around there to cover on the fence. Simon probably knows how much time he's got, so he's just getting the sheep positioned. They're walking back on course now. He's started to step off towards the pen, back on the Australian carry. But you can see on Simon's jacket he's got a clock in his breast pocket. Very popular with a lot of competitors. I've moved away from the talking timer and now using my Apple Watch. Shout out to Apple, of course. Sheep just making a little break up the ground. Just come inside the course towards the centre of the ground. Simon's got Di covering that, moving the sheep back on course. You see our judge Bill Davison passing the high pro tent. Simon comes up towards the pen. Probably about 20 metres or so to go. A lot of time up his sleeve. So no time pressure at the moment. So what it is about now is precision. Just a little break up between Simon and the gate. Just up behind the pen now. Di's just turning them back. Simon's watching. He's in the set. He needs to stand still now. Of course, he can turn around to see what's happening if he needs to. He's not allowed to help the dog except through voice, whistle or hand signal commands. And we can see those flags in the background from our position above Simon. They have not stopped all day. They're going to need a good sleep tonight. Sheep are looking at the pen. They're in the pen. Cross the line. It was like that back panel's made of rubber. Then sheep's just bounced out. Di's there to take the challenge. Just pushed around the outside of the pen. But those 2 are still staying in there. If this happens quickly, those 2 might draw their single mate back into the pen. No, just went around the outside. Simon's sending Di clockwise now, just to see if he can get that sheep to roll off the gate, but he's going to take its mates out of the pen. Frustrating for Simon. Just a little break up towards the top fence. Just calming things down. He's probably still got about 4 minutes to go, I'm guessing. Great work, John. 4 minutes on the dot. Simon knows that too, so you can take a breath. Like we said before, just roll that smoke in your head. Just let the sheep calm down and let the dog calm down too. It's very exciting for the dogs. They're keen to work. Just didn't quite make it around that edge of the pen, so they've taken advantage of that and run around the back of the pen. Now they're really testing Di and Simon's patience. just lining up now. They're just drifting a little bit away from the pen. And you might hear a term if you hear someone talking they've covered work ground, which they have. They just come off course a little bit too. So Peter and Bill won't miss that. Working towards the pen now. They're having a look inside. All three are in. But like we saw before, he's going for the gate now. Nearly got stuck on the little catch on the ground. Good work, Simon. Great recovery. Tough run at the pen, but they both did very well. We'll get a score from our judges in just a moment.
Representing Victoria.
Next competitor coming out to the peg is Connor McConnell.
Let's not mention his first round score.
What a privilege for Connor, Victorian president, and hosting the 2024 High Pro Supreme. Sheep have been released. Glenn's seen the sheep. And he's away, anti-clockwise, out to Connor's right. Echo Park Glen. Echo Park Glen, I think, also has a litter mate from South Australia competing in this Ted Gaby competition as well. We'll talk about the other Echo Park dog in a little while. It's all about Glen and Connor at the moment. Good cast. Sheep are making their assessment of Glen right now. Interesting part about dog trialling is everyone comes from quite a range of backgrounds and occupations. And our competitor at the peak at the moment, Connor McConnell, is a vet based out of the Koroit area. Talking to Connor just yesterday, Arvo, he said he's got somewhat of a promotion at work and he's the team leader now, sort of managing the vets over the 4 practices they have. So congratulations, Connor. Obviously his boss has a lot of faith in him. And right now Connor's concentrating on the task in front of him, and that's getting the sheep up in a straight line. He's doing very well too. Just trotting a little bit, that's alright. If they keep coming in a straight line, that'll save a bit of time for him as well. You see Glenn is maybe about 20 metres behind the sheep. They can just feel a little bit of pressure from the dog. That's alright. Just having another pause, looking at the dog. Someone's having a little pick at the moment. So Glenn's just coming in. Just turn the sheep, keep them marching towards Connor. I couldn't tell you the history exactly, but one of the other great things I think most competitors take some pride in is how long sheepdog trialling has been going on. And we're looking at 150 years or so of heritage with this sport that we all love. It's a very popular sport. Connor grew up in Ireland, and I'm pretty sure he did compete in sheepdog trials over there as well. Slightly different to the style of trial that we have here, but clearly Connor's made the adjustment very, very well, stepping into the high level of trialling. He's won a number of trials in Victoria. Sheep just breaking back a little bit. They weren't quite delivered around behind Connor. But now Connor finds him representing Victoria, which I'm sure he's very proud of. So just putting up a little bit of a challenge now for Connor and Glenn. Sheep are moving in the right direction now. And Connor's away, heading towards the first obstacle on the ground being the gap. So this is the Australian carry. Connor's got to walk the line, stay on the line, and carry the sheep on his right hand side. Right now it's a perfect picture of how you want to have the sheep moving along the ground, along the course to the gap. Just a little trot, making a little break downhill in front of Connor. Glenn's there to pull him up. You might even notice watching some of these dogs too, there's a lot of Border Collies. They've got a couple of Kelpies in this competition, but particularly the Border Collies, their appearance does vary a fair bit. And these dogs are bred for their working ability, not their appearance. Fortunately, we don't judge the competitors on their appearance either, or I probably wouldn't get a start on the ground. But anyway, it's about Connor and Glenn at the moment. You'll see Connor, like a couple of other competitors, he also carries a stick. I know I do as well. It just sort of makes me feel better. It's a little bit of a security blanket, but you can use that to signal your dog as well. Help them take a side or a stop. So the sheep are just coming back on course on Connor's right. Glenn's coming around, just standing at the gap, just holding away the sheep. Connor will move him in a sec. Around the outside of the gap he goes. A little step off course. Connor's in the set, preparing to line the sheep up for the gap. One's grazing, two did have a little look. They're a little bit away from the gap, not far, 5-6 metres. They're moving towards the gap now. Maybe the slightest overrun there just pushed that centre sheep back. They're having a look. They're going to go. Maybe they're not going to go. That lead sheep's just having a graze, and that centre sheep still just got its nose in the air. But that lead grazer is taking the three of them through. Connor's left the set now. As soon as the sheep complete that obstacle, the second part of the course has commenced, being the drive. And the competitor, like you just saw, Connor had to walk through the gap as well. So this is a good drive at the moment. Echo Park Glenn's just holding the sheep up just nicely, just working it outside shoulder. Connor's got that inside line covered. Sheep had a little trot, so did Connor, just to keep up, just so they don't get away. And he can keep in contact with the sheep as well and guard his inside line. As we say that, it's a train just going somewhere in Victoria in the background. I hope everyone's having a great trip. Sheep are just moving to the right of the corridor. They're still on course, that's okay. You see Connor's paused. He just needs to get those sheep into that free work area, and then he can move in as well. So now the sheep are challenging Echo Park Glen. Just ever so slight gentle push from the dog, turn the sheep in the free work area now. Connor's going to set himself up. Set an approach up to eastern side of that Maltese cross. Sheep still just leaning on the dog a bit. Yeah, Connor's just helping the dog. Just lean on the sheep. Just keep them lined up. They've entered the obstacle. They're just having a look out that northern exit, but out they go. Out to the west, up to the bottom side of the ground from us. And they just came out quietly. They didn't run away, so that's good news for Connor. Just bringing them around for the second half of the Maltese cross to start to line them up for the entrance. One had a little look, but it just didn't want to leave its mates. In they go. Well done, Connor, that's right. Just about to enter the second drive section. 7 minutes to go. He's got heaps of time up his sleeve, so great work to get to this sort of halfway point of the course. So yeah, you can see him moving well. Just pausing now. Sheep will pause. The Connor pause as well. Doesn't want to get in front of his sheep. Just sort of working that hip of that sheep closer to him. Sheep turned on Connor, so he stopped. Trying to hold his side up, get Glenn to straighten him up and get them moving again. Just staying in touch with his sheep. Well done, Connor. I would guess Connor's probably the second youngest person in our competition. I'm not sure how old Ben is from South Australia. We'll find out later. Here's Glenn to cover the sheep. We've got that middle sheep grazing again. Just need to get them to stand up, turn around, and have a look at the bridge. Just moving in quietly. Just a little zigzag forward. It's a little bit new for me trialling down here in Victoria, especially at Geelong. Normally at sheepdog trials we don't see seagulls, but there's a few flying over and enjoying the spectacle as the sheep get close to the bridge. They're still looking at Connor. I think the sheep furthest from us has had a little look, but it's turned back, looking at the dog, looking at Connor. I just don't want to submit to the pressure at the moment. Just rolling around in that mouth of the bridge. Up they go. Just having a little pause on top. Just walking Glenn in. You see both our judges lined up as well, watching the action. Three are off the bridge. Connor's sent Glenn out on a anti-clockwise run just to hold the sheep up so they didn't run away up the hill from him. Connor's 5 minutes to go, heading towards the pen. Got plenty of time. Just sending Connor back downhill now just to gather the sheep, start to bring them up in that sort of carry position as we describe it. Just as we say that, clouds are clearing a little bit, sun's coming out again. Just a little break inside the course just behind Connor's left shoulder. Glenn's there to cover. Two sheep grazing, one walking forward. Just paused again. Beg your pardon, Glenn's still there. Connor has to keep walking, so he's keeping an eye on the action over his left shoulder. He'll switch around, look over his right shoulder in a sec. Sheep are in a good position now. They are interested to try and have a nibble. So Connor's approaching the set that he needs to reach. Just keeping an eye on the sheep, keeping an eye on Glenn. Sheep just having a little look down towards us down here. They are going to try and make a little bit of a break in front of Connor. He's coming off course a little bit. Glenn's there to cover. Probably just under 4 minutes to go, I'm guessing. Sheep have still got their heads down, but they are sort of rolling around the right direction. Glenn's out on that far side. Connor will probably just hold him there. The sheep are moving forward. Just a couple of steps to Glenn's left. Let's get behind the shoulder of that closest sheep and hopefully drive him forward a little bit. No, the sheep turned around, but they're still in a good position, resting on the gate. You can see Connor using his stick to work his dog, giving commands. As we've described before, that's okay to do. Sheep are having a look in the pen, just rolling around the mouth of the obstacle now. Just getting a little bit agitated. Still looking for a bit of grass as well. Two are definitely in. Third one's probably borderline on that imaginary line where the gate closes from our angle. Very, very close. Just walking Glenn in a bit. They're definitely in now, so when Connor thinks the sheep are settled, he looks at his watch. Still got some time. He's going for the gate now. Lift up over the little holding thing on the gate.
Oh, we needed that.
Well done, Connor. Well done, Glenn. Great work for Victoria. We'll get a score soon.
Well done. Our next competitor is already on the card. Thank you so much.
Our next
All our
competitor out
competitors.
is Martin Waddingham,
Martin Waddingham,
Nolan's Digger.
working Nolan's Digger. They come to the mark, the casting peg on a first round score of 58.58.
Anyone that was following on from a little bit earlier, if you're interested to know how old Ben Simmons is, he's 43. Thanks very much, Facebook.
That's not his wife, is it?
Martin's just heading towards the peg now. Judge is waiting for him to take up position and ask for the sheep to be released. Flags up, gates open, sheep are out. And just having a little run down between the ropes. Just slowing up, pulling up. When those sheep stop, the bell will ring. We're away. Sending Digger out to the right. He's a lump of a dog, Digger. Just a little bump on the back of the sheep there. Just drifting down the hill a little bit. Just pull Digger up. Moving in now. I can't tell you for sure which dog it was, but Martin was also in the Tasmanian team last year that competed at Strathalbyn in the Supreme in 2023. So great work to get back in the team again this year with Lee and Bernard. Sheep coming down the ground nicely now. Maintaining a pretty good position, coming in a fairly straight line towards Martin at the peg. I can tell you this wind has not stopped today. It's still howling across the top of our commentary box. Sheep are probably used to it now. They've been out in it all day. You can see that presence the Digger has. He's a fair way off the sheep and still having good effect on them. Coming in towards the handler now. Probably about 15 or so metres away. So we can see as the sheep are lined up with the high pro tent, just having a little graze at the moment. I'll be guessing it's probably used about 2 minutes, 2.5 minutes to get the sheep down here. Still plenty of time to get around the course. The course is big enough, the competitors can't really dilly-dally too much once they set off. It is a good walk between obstacles, and that's what we want to see at this top level of competition. We've got the 18 best dogs competing for the Ted Gaby Shield. And as individual competitors, everyone is also competing for a place on the Australian team, which we'll we will pick at the end of the third round. The top 4 highest individual scores will get them into the test team to compete against New Zealand at the end of the week. Great honour for Victoria to host the Supreme with the team from New Zealand competing here at Geelong this year. Martin's set off now, heading down towards the gap. You see he's just dancing Digger around a little bit. He just feels the sheep are just going to make a break. Just getting Digger off, just taking the pressure off. He's well off the sheep. They do look relaxed now. He does need to get them moving forward with him at some point or he's going to walk away from them. There goes Digger, sending him around that anti-clockwise way. Up the hill, round the back. Looks like he's in a nice position. He's got to get the sheep to lift their heads and stop eating. And Martin has to keep walking as well. Here we go, little bump, little run from the sheep, little jump. They're having a great time. Let's run forward. They just come off course downhill a little bit towards Martin's left. Digger's there to hold them up. You see these 3 sheep are a little bit touchy. Just as Martin was getting a little bit closer, they just took a little bump off him. Trotting back on course now. Digger's coming around the backside of the sheep. He's got them in a nice position now on his right, just moving forward towards the gap. Got about 15 metres to go before he steps into the set. So he's just reversing Digger off, just holding that weight of the sheep so they don't make a break towards that let out yard. Just taking Digger around now. Just stopped him. Got him on a little anti-clockwise run, just to the back of the sheep. Sheep still seem content at the moment, just going forward, trying to make a little break down towards the yard. Just past the outside of the obstacle, just a bit off course as well. So Digger's going to have to put a little bit of weight on to get him back in position, but at the same time try and keep calm as well. So there's a whole lot going on. They're still trying to make that break past the obstacle. There's two on the downhill side of it now, on the outside of the panel. You're back in a good posse now. One did have a look at the gap, having another look. They're about to go through. Well done, Martin and Digger. So they're on the drive section for the Maltese Cross. Martin's gone through the gap as well as he needs to. He's just walking up the centre line of the course at the moment, just drifting out to his left now. Just got Digger stopped. He needs to cover that right side, and he has. Sheep are still leaning hard on that line. Just another little break forward. Martin's just catching up with them now. Digger's just holding that right side, just coming in. Got a middle sheep grazing. Nice little turn towards the obstacle. Just got Digger coming around the south side. Sheep are turned north. Digger's going to have to put the hammer down, get around and cover them before they get too far away. He's done a great job. Pulled them up. He's got to steer them back towards Martin and the entrance to that first part of the Maltese Cross on this eastern side, or the uphill side of the cross. Just edging towards the entrance of the obstacle now, but they're looking back at the dog. Martin's helping hold up his side. Yeah, he's turned them. They're having a look. In they go. 1, 2, 3, they're in. Through they go. They've cleared the obstacle at the other end. Martin's now turning them, sending Digger clockwise again, just to block up that northern side and get them back towards that north gate of the Maltese Cross. Bill Davidson sitting there in front of the High Pro banner in the golf cart watching from the outside line. Pete Oxley's judging the inside line for us this afternoon. Both our judges from New South Wales. Very experienced judges. Both had a taste of test match competition as well against New Zealand. They've both travelled overseas with their dogs at different times. Martin's just walking up on the sheep now. Just needs to push them a little bit back downhill a smidge just to line up with the opening for that north gate of the Maltese cross. They're in a good position. They just need to turn around. That middle sheep's just holding them up a little bit. Just a little bit nervous with the dog. Doesn't want to turn away. Martin's coming around now. Start to get behind the shoulder of the sheep and help encourage them forward. That's good work. Just quietly walk forward. Sheep didn't move. Still need that last one to turn. He has. Moving forward. Great work. Out they come. Sheep have now made their way onto the next drive section. Digger's there just to guard the inside line. Martin's just getting things set. Sheep have made a little break just down across in front of him. So he's just getting Digger to settle them in position. And they're still on course, just a little trot. So Martin's keeping up on this 15 metre course on these two middle sections, or the New Zealand sections as we refer to them as well. Just a little trot from the sheep. Martin's having a little trot as well. He's just trying to keep his left hand up. Got 6 minutes to go, so he's still got plenty of time. Sometimes you can use up your time just at the obstacle if the sheep are going to be difficult. He did use a little bit of time at that cross for the second half, but he's still got plenty left at the moment. While I'm yabbering away, the time's ticking away as well. Sheep keep putting their heads down now. They are getting a little bit hungry this afternoon. So Martin's going to take the downhill position at the bridge. Moving the sheep onto Martin is Digger. Yeah, in this area in front of the obstacle, just like the Maltese cross, Martin and Digger can move around wherever they like. If they want to swap sides, no loss of points. Sheep are just getting a little bit heavy now. Just that little bump, they just almost past that outside, the uphill side of the bridge. They're back in a good position now. Just need to turn and have a look. 1, 2 having a look. So's number 3, but it's not really. Now they're committed to going up the ramp. Great work, Martin. Taking the pressure on the downhill side of the bridge there. Just got Digger walking in. They've just paused in the middle part of the bridge. Let's see how they come off. One just lost his footing. The other two are having a little bit of a trot and taking their mate with them. He's just getting them back on course before he heads up the hill. He's probably got about 4 minutes to go. 4.5 minutes. So he's off now. He's heading towards the pen. Back on the Australian carry, so he needs to keep moving now. He can't stop. As we say that, Bill Davidson from Tamworth in New South Wales taking the outside line judging, is just heading up towards the high pro tent. Martin's got the sheep in a nice position just in front of his right shoulder. Digger's there to cover a little break out towards the outside line from Martin. You hear him just telling Digger to get out. This dog does have a lot of effect on the sheep. I'm sure he can move sheep at home. He's moving the sheep today. Martin's also been very diligent to try and move the sheep just quietly. Try not to upset the sheep and keep them on course. As we say that, one of the Geelong seagulls are just having a look at the action flying over the top. It's a bit of a treat for me to see the seagulls. 3 minutes to go and 3 sheep grazing. About 10 metres away from the set Martin is. Sheep are just trotting up in front of Martin. They may go past that pen. They have actually indeed. Just off course a little bit there. Martin's going to take up position in the set. Digger's there to cover. Just a small split with the sheep. They'll mob up again. Just putting their heads down. This is just proving to be a little bit difficult. Every time they put their head down, they seem to forget about the dog and seem somewhat surprised when the dog gets back in their picture again. It's getting in front of the pen now. The sheep are probably about 6 or so metres away from the opening of the pen. Round between Martin and the gate again. The sheep at the rear, I think, might be that slightly troublesome one. It's now between the dog and the sheep. Let's see if it actually pushes its mates. Martin's just stopped the action for a minute. Just trying to take stock, reset, let the sheep settle, let the dog settle, having a look. Just leaning on the gate at the moment. That's still a good position. He might be able to roll them in off the gate into the pen. It's quite exciting. Digger's coming in. Just edging in quietly. Sheep furthest from the dog is having a look in the pen now. Doesn't want to leave the security of its mates. One sheep. 2, 3, they're in. Not quite settled yet. He's got a minute to go. Pretty sure he's got a timer on as well, so he'll be aware. He just wants to see these sheep just soften a bit before he approaches the gate. He's away. He's grabbed the gate, lifted up off the thing. His gate's got a well on it. Well done, Martin. Well done, Digger. We'll get a score very soon. Great run for Tasmania, great run for Martin and Digger.
Ben Simmons and Charlie Parker, our next competitors out. Ben's first round score was 57.5. Charlie just makes his way down the ground, get in behind those sheep there. He's
That's the
Coming a little bit close there, and the sheep have taken advantage of that and moved over to the far side of the course, and Charlie is getting around behind them there now.
pen that you think they're going to spend.
Charlie just taking the time to settle these sheep on the way up in the draw. Plenty of wind outside and cloudy conditions. The sheep are quite light. Charlie just getting around on the side of the sheep there now and brings them up beside Ben as he's working his way around behind the back of the casting peg there now, just trying to the sheep a little bit settled and get Ben in to make a little bit more contact with the sheep. Ben just going to set Charlie Parker up before he leaves the peg here and head down to the gap. He's just getting the sheep a little bit more accepting of the dog there, taking a little bit of pressure off the sheep there now. And Charlie in a nice position there now as he brings the sheep around, heading down to the gap, and Ben's left the peg and on his way. And Charlie's in good position there as he just works his way in front of the sheep and takes a little bit of the run out of them there, and Ben's got Charlie going back nicely off the sheep there. Sheep are just on course there, in a good position there for Ben. Making his way down to the gap. Just come out on this side of the course here, just outside the 9-metre corridor there. Cost points there every time they go outside the line, and now the sheep have come around and inside. Pegs on the other side. Things are starting to settle down here for Charlie and Ben as they aren't far away from the gap, and Charlie's just getting control of these sheep here. They had plenty of run up when they first started, but Ben's just been applying a little bit of pressure and releasing it off the sheep and just getting them more accepting of Charlie Parker here, and they seem to have settled. Two have got the head down feeding. Ben reaches the set there just off the end of the gap. He's just got to work these sheep down and place them in front of the gap and put them through, and we'll head off to the Maltese Cross, part of the New Zealand part of the course. Ben just working the sheep there, putting some pressure on with Charlie Parker, and then taking it away and just trying to get Charlie in a little bit closer so the sheep are more accepting of him. Bit hard to block sheep when you're a long way away, so Ben just trying to settle things down here. We've got the 3 sheep eating and making their way the right way down in front of the gap. Charlie comes through the gap and gets in nice position there opposite Ben now. The 15 minutes to complete the course. There's been a fair few pens here in this second round, and competitors are working their way out round the course. Ben just moving those sheep down beautifully. He's got them settled well now as they go through the gap and head off down to the Maltese cross. Ben just makes his way down now. He's got to make his way through that gap, as he does, and takes his position up on the left-hand side of the sheep. Just going to move forward and straighten them there, Ben, as he goes forward there now, and the sheep have got a bit of a run up down the ground there. Charlie Parker right round on the outside now. Charlie be trying to keep in contact with the sheep, and Ben stepping it out on the inside. Got them in a good position. They might be just out over the line there now. That'll cost them a point. And Charlie's got them held up nicely though, and the weight's on the dog. Good place to be. Charlie just going to bring the sheep back on course. Got to bring them round and enter the Maltese cross there. Got them coming round there nicely now as Charlie just circling the sheep there, and Ben waits there off the mouth of the Maltese.
We're looking at having the last dog go on at about 5:30. Yep. Right, so we should be right for light. 6 o'clock. Oh, 6 o'clock, sorry, we've worked out. Yeah. We picked up a bit of time, then we've lost it, but the competitors have been great. They're all coming out really quick. So. Yeah.
Ben just leaving things settle down there. Charlie just waiting to see. He's got them covered round that side. Charlie Parker as he brings the sheep round in front of the Maltese. Ben blocking his side over there. Ben just steps back, gives the sheep somewhere to go there. Ben's just still working on these sheep. He's got 3 sheep looking at Charlie Parker. He's got to get them turned around and looking up the Maltese cross. This time Ben's done it beautifully as he's brought the sheep in there. He moves in to block his side there as well. Charlie's just going to work in. There's the first sheep, second sheep, third sheep in the cross. Ben's got his side covered and the sheep roll through beautifully on the Maltese. Charlie follows them round. He's going to bring them round on the clockwise, put them back through the Maltese cross, and we'll be heading down to the bridge. Still got plenty of time here to go for Ben. He's got to negotiate the bridge and the pen at this stage in this last section of the Maltese. Just getting them shaped up there on the other side there now. This time they've put their head back inside. Ben's on this side, does a bit of movement there and steadies up the sheep as Charlie comes around and picks up on the lead there. Ben just moving to block his side there beautifully, and the sheep go straight up the middle of the multi-cross and straight through they go. Charlie comes around and catches them on this side here, and Ben quickly gets over onto the far side. Still in the New Zealand drive course there, and Ben's got a great position on the far side there as he moves forward onto it there now. Right up the middle of the corridor they go. Working beautifully there, Ben and Charlie. Ben's got his side held up, just going to bring Charlie forward and put a pressure on these sheep and take them forward to the bridge. Ben's just had to pull up there. He can't get in front of that lead sheep. This time Ben goes forward. He's changed sides there and he's put Charlie up on the far side. Lovely move too from Ben, and he got him right on the point of the bridge there, Charlie Parker, and he's got them turned back now, and Ben's on this side here. Just needs Charlie to bring those sheep in and put them in the mouth of the pen, the mouth of the bridge. Just letting things settle there now. And turned around beautifully in a great position there for Ben and Charlie, and the sheep are up on the bridge there now. Moving forward, 1, 2, 3, they're all off. Lovely bit of work there from Ben and Charlie at the bridge, and they're marching it out to the pen. Got 4 minutes to go. They've got plenty of time to put them in the pen. Ben leading the way. Charlie's going to bring the sheep up behind him there now. Sheep have just gone out to the right a little bit there. That might cost Ben a point or two there. And now the sheep have come back straight across in front of Ben, and they've come back down the ground. Ben has a look at his clock. Move the sheep along. Charlie's doing a great job here. Got the sheep back on course now, Ben and Charlie, and they march straight down the middle of the corridor. Ben's in position there. He's just waiting for Charlie to bring the sheep up to the pen. Just settling things down now, giving the sheep time to look. Charlie Parker, beautiful block there on the far side. They've wanted to go round the end of the pen, but the sheep have come back on this side here. Charlie read it well and came back beautifully. Got him right where he wants them, Ben there. He's just going to take his time and roll them in. 1, 2, 3, park down. Charlie Parker, the sheep turned and looked back. Got back beautifully and covered it. Ben said, oh, the sheep are still moving in the pen there now. Ben's still not happy with that. Just letting things settle before he moves out to grab them. Now they've turned around in the pen. That'll do me, says Ben. He moves forward, picks up the gate, brings it round with Charlie Parker by his side, and shut the gate there for South Australia.
Beautiful.
Next competitor, Bailey Knight and Knight's Ron. Bailey, one of the up-and-coming competitors in Queensland. He won the Queensland Championships the last 2 years. This year with Nunny Duncan, and Knight's Ron won the Queensland Championships last year, and Queensland Dog of the Year this year for the last 2 years has been Knight's Ron. So Bailey's had a tremendous run with Ron leading up to the selection here. They were Queensland reps for the first time last year at Strathalbyn at the Supreme. Doubled it up this year. Bailey took Duncan last year and he's got Ron this year. Ron's by Cook's Pete. Cook's, of course, is Freddie Cook's prefix. Freddie there at Scone, and Freddie's lines were based on the Greg Prince lines. He had Princess Toby, who was by Clyde out of Fame, and based his lines on that, so plenty of breeding in Knight's Ron here, and he's been working beautifully for Bailey. He's only a 5-year-old dog and plenty of life left in front of him and plenty of experience to be gained. He's picked those sheep up well and heading on down to the casting peg. Bailey just taking his time here, allowing the sheep to become accustomed to the dog and not be so fearful, get them more accepting of the dog. Bit hard to work the sheep when you're 20 metres away, so you've got to get the dog in close to the sheep and get the sheep to accept the closer presence of the dog as part of the breaking in process, as we say, when you pick the sheep up at the bottom end of the cast and deliver the sheep to the ring. And Ron's working nicely here, just sitting on the weight of the sheep here on the left hand side as they're being drawn, and he's going to tick them back over and bring him up on the left hand side of Bailey as he looks down the ground there in an anti-clockwise position around him and head on down this 9 metre corridor to the gap. The sheep had a good look at Ron, but Ron made the advance on him and put some pressure on the sheep, and he moved off beautifully. He's got them in a lovely spot now as he brings them up to bring them round behind him. Knights, of course, were based a lot of their early breeding on the Fiesta bloodlines. Fiesta, of course, was Danny Begore, Queenslander there at Stanthorpe, and Danny's been trialling for, I suppose we'd say, 50 years minimum. He did his apprenticeship with Jeff Jolly back in the 60s and was certainly a force to be reckoned with for the last 30 years in Queensland. Through the 90s and the early 2000s, Danny had a great team of dogs, Fiesta dogs, going. And the Knights, Bailey's father Barry started the Knights prefix, and so a lot of their dam side is based on the Fiesta line and just put different dogs over the top. But it's been a tremendous line to the family. Both Barry, Bailey and Charlie all started out, and still plenty of Fiesta blood in their lines. Danny, of course, did a lot of stock work with his dogs, so they're very natural stock dogs and always seem to be in the right spot. Ron got these sheep travelling beautifully down the lane here. Bailey's got them right on his right hand hip there, and Ron's just holding the weight beautifully down the outside of the corridor here. There's that sheep, that whitish wool weather. You had a look at Ron there before. He's having another look at him there now. He's in the middle of the pack there now. No trouble to Ron as he stepped up on him and headed him on down the corridor. There he is on the outside there now, that weather with the white strip of wool down the back. Ron's just got them blocked up nice in a great position there. Comes forward on those sheep. They're still on course as Ron comes right out round the front now right round the gap. Keeps on going round. Picks up the weight on the sheep. He's going to bring them down and show them the gap. Run right on the shoulder of these sheep here, right where he needs to be on the pressure there, just to keep them moving forward. Just drop back on to tail there to bring them forward a little bit. Puts a little bit of pressure on the shoulder of that outside sheep there, made him keep coming forward, but keep turning him in towards the gap and showing him the gap. Beautiful work from Ron and Bailey. Positioned them beautifully coming to the gap there and put them right on that outside panel, and made no mistake when he came back inside, but the sheep have turned across. Gone up on that side. Bailey's just going to reposition the sheep here before he leaves the obstacle. There's that wether on the outside that's having a good look at Ron, but he's still turning off the dog. Now they take up their side. Ron over here on the right hand side, Bailey on the left as they make their way down towards the Maltese cross. That wether there's having another good look at Ron there. He's stamping his foot and he's having a good look at him, but Ron just marches on forward. Keeps the pressure on him and turns him round. Bailey's just going to come forward and keep the sheep moving forward on his side. Ron comes back there now. They've got him in a beautiful position as they go down towards the Maltese. Got the sheep very accepting now of the presence of the man and the presence of the dog. Look at that. There's only a couple of metres between them and they're having an effect on those sheep. But there's that wether having a good look at Ron as they go down the ground. Backing up. Lovely bit of work from Nitron there with a bit of power as he kept the sheep going forward. There he is, turns back and has another look at him there now. Follows Ron around. Got him looking the right way now as Ron goes out to cover his side there. They're getting down near the free work area there now. Bailey goes up his side, gets a good block on him there, turns straight and the sheep up right in front of the Maltese cross as Ron goes up on the right hand side. Now they've got them in the free work area. They're just going to shuffle them around there and try and bring them back and point them up the middle of the cross. Ron rolls that sheep beautifully, comes across the face. Bailey steps into him there now and's going to try and turn him back. There's that big wether in the middle. He's having a good look at Ron there now, right in the front of the Maltese cross. They move up. Bailey's on his side, just going to turn that sheep back there now, right in front. They've got two in the cross, I think, and one around the outside. Now he's got him turned around. He was too busy eating that sheep to look up, but he saw him and he went back with his friends right up the centre as the sheep goes straight down the middle of the Maltese. Ron's going to go round and pick him up. We've got to bring these sheep round in a clockwise action. He's going to bring them round. Bailey sits and waits there now as he waits for Ron to bring those sheep across. Nice block there from Bailey as he stepped up on the sheep there. They've just come past the mouth of the Maltese. Ron there with him. There's the big wether having a good look at Ron. One more interested in eating and one more interested in fighting the dog. We'll just have to see how Bailey and Ron get these two sorted out. One's gone in the mouth of the Maltese. Second one's turned. There's the big wether with the white down the middle of his back. He's having a look. Saw his friends go. Bailey stepped up on the side. He's got them blocked there nicely, Bailey, but he's got to get them back on course. Tricky position here. He can't come past that side of the Maltese without incurring a penalty, but he's got Ron in a beautiful position there, and he's rolled the sheep beautifully up the middle of the Maltese. Comes in from behind to apply a bit of pressure to that sheep who's just come back and had a good look at Ron. Thought better of it and turned and went out the end of the Maltese. Bailey be looking to free these sheep up a little bit as he goes down the draw here now. Got one whether down the back wanting to eat, one up the front. Not quite sure whether he wants to eat or fight, so just moving them along quietly there now. 4.5 minutes to go, so time is ticking away, but as we've seen, that's plenty of time to put them in the pen if all goes well at the bridge. There's that big weather still having a look at Ron on the far side. He's got himself in the middle there now, but Ron's got him covered beautifully and driving them all forward. Bailey's just going to come in there and put some pressure on with Ron, and they're going to keep the sheep moving forward. There you go, there's that big weather having another look at Ron's done a good job on that weather, just kept applying constant steady pressure to him and he's kept him going forward. They're in the mouth of the bridge there now. As Bailey comes in, he pulls Ron back on to put a bit of pressure on. Rolls the sheep up on the outside, they step in the mouth of the bridge. Oh, and they've turned at the bottom of the bridge. Didn't make any difference to Ron. He came in beautifully there and pushed those sheep up on the top of the bridge. 1, 2, 3, they're all off. Ron goes round and picks them all up again. And they're heading for the pen. Still a couple of minutes to go, so you've got plenty of time to put them in the pen. Got the sheep travelling beautifully. Bailey leaves his spot there now, and he's got Ron right where he wants him. Bring them along beautifully there on his right hand side. Ron's picked up the weight of the sheep on this side here, and Bailey drops him back behind to pick up that tail sheep. Sheep are travelling beautiful, lovely show of strength there from Ron as he's kept that big white wool weather working along there beautifully. He's having a good look at the dog. 2 out in front. Ron puts him up to his friends beautifully. He's got the 3 together. Coming up to the mouth of the pen here now, and Ron comes round the front. Got that side blocked beautifully as Bailey steps in there and drops the dog back behind. In the set there, Bailey's just got to bring him forward and put him in the pen and shut the gate as he brings them up onto the outside bridge. Outside of the pen, on the outside gate. Right. The sheep are just feeding along. There's that white back weather at the back, still looking at the dog. But Ron's got him beat. Puts him in, drives him to the back of the pen. Bailey just sits, waits, makes sure they're right, steps out of the set, picks up the gate, brings it round the outside with Ron in his hip as he shuts the gate. Put it on the board for Queensland in the Ted Gaby. Good run from Bailey Knight. Our next competitor in is Mick Hudson with MGH Rabbit. Mick had a tremendous round in the first round of the Ted Gaby, came away with a 92. Rabbit, bred by Mick, she's by Macara Ed on the top side, a dog bred by Malcolm Taylor down there in Tasmania with the Somerville prefix, and Malcolm, a few dogs round the ridges he loaned out, and that's where the Macara prefix has come from. This has been a tremendous bitch to Mick. Won a lot of competitions. She's been New South Wales Dog of the Year and national champion, and she's won a Supreme. She's done most things. She represented Australia in the Waylego down there at Tasmania, and she's been a tremendous bitch, and watch her work here this afternoon. She's cast out beautifully there. Mick let her go to the left that time there, and she's got behind the sheep nicely and just balancing the sheep as they come up on the draw. Feeling those sheep on the way up there. She had the weight on the left hand side here now, and now she's just kicked out to the right there to pick up those sheep. Still probably 25 or 30 metres away from those sheep, but they've just pulled up there now and having a bit of a look around and see what else is out there on the ground, and they've picked up Rabbit. She hasn't taken any ground off them yet, though. She's just covering and holding and keeping things together. Right back on the weight again on this side here. Rabbit just moving in there now, putting a bit of pressure on those sheep, just going to bring them up and deliver them and bring them round on Mick's left hand side there as he's looking down the ground, and them travelling beautifully at this stage, but we've got a long way to go. Sheep have come round behind Mick beautifully there now, as feeding across, and Rabbit's going to go round and settle the sheep up there. Mick's left the peg, and Rabbit comes round in front and just picks up the weight on the other side, and now back around the other side. Mick just taking the run out of the sheep as they come down the ground, and sheep are starting to settle. Comes round with Rabbit and keep the sheep on course there now. We make our way down here to the gap. He's just stopped her there right on the point of balance there, as he's just got those sheep held up beautifully there, and he's going to pick up on his side there as he comes down. Bring Rabbit round and hold up a bit of weight and put a pressure on behind these sheep and move them down towards the gap. Mick's got these in a beautiful position there, just forward of the gap there a little bit, but when they turn and roll in, the only thing they'll see will be the gap. As he rolls them in there now, they're having a look. That weather out the front, he's working towards the gap, and Rabbit picks up the other two. Moves them forward beautifully and puts them through the gap. Mick's going to get through the gap and pick up on his side over there. He's just got the sheep right down the centre of the draw there now as he's going to move along and get up on his side and do a bit of holding there as Rabbit's got the weight beautifully on the other side there now. Mick just comes up on his side, turns them back. Right in the centre there now. Rabbit right on the point, out on the outside there. So go down, Mick will be looking to put them in the free work area down the bottom end. I think they're in there now and the Maltese cross is right out in front of them there. Rabbit's got her side held beautifully and Mick's in good position there on the left-hand side. As they enter up into the Maltese cross, the sheep go forward. Moving forward there now, straight through. Rabbit's got her side blocked. Straight through the middle they go there now. Right out on the other side. Rabbit moves around there. Mick's going to bring these round in a clockwise motion and bring them round and put them through the middle of the cross. Just going to stand and block out in front there. Mick Hudson doing a bit of work out in front of the sheep there. Them turned beautifully. Still a sheep advancing towards there. Mick's got to go in and put some pressure on it. She got them turned around well. This time they're up the middle of the Maltese. Just going to bring those sheep forward now. Rabbit right in behind them. Mick's going to do his side here. They're looking to come out on this left-hand side. Mick's got them beautifully blocked and they went straight through. Still on the New Zealand draw as we go down with our drive. Plenty of time left here for Mick as he trots up on his side, up on the right-hand side of the sheep there, and Rabbit's got her side held beautifully. Mick just moving those sheep down. They'll be in the free work area there shortly. I think they would be by now. And all got their head down eating, and Rabbit just sits out here, and Mick's just going to bring himself around. Just going to roll those sheep round, and Mick's going to step into his side over on the far side as Rabbit comes round to pick up on the tail there. Mick's going to swap sides in the free work area there and get her back on the right hand side. Leave Rabbit to hold that side of the bridge. Sheep are looking up. Rabbit moves in, puts a bit of pressure on those sheep there. They're right at the base of the ramp. Just waiting for them to settle. There they go. Up the bridge they go, and Rabbit comes in behind them. 1, 2, 3, they're all off. Mick sets Rabbit around to pick up the lead of those sheep right over on the far side, bring them back on course, and we're heading for the pen. Still got 6 minutes to go, so time is on our side. Mick brings Rabbit round, picks up the weight of the sheep on the inside here now. He'll come forward, just let the dog drop round behind and pick up on the tail of those sheep there. Keep them moving forward. Can hear a bit of a run up, but look at Rabbit right on the lead there now. Lovely catch and carry down the draw here, Mick, but he's got a sheep that's just poking out this side here, but Rabbit right on it there as she came up on this side. Still got the weight on that sheep. Come forward here now. Right around the other side now, back on this side. She's pushed them round and all, and they've gone round the outside of the pen. Mick's just going to settle things down again here now, and he'll bring them back. Another crack at it. Turn around there now, just going to let the sheep come back out the front, and Rabbit's going to race round and pick them up. Bring them back and present them to the pen again. This time she's got the other side of the pen covered, but this sheep here is wanting to come out this side here, and he's taken the road too. Still got hold of the sheep though, and he's bringing them back into position. There's that sheep. He's trying to make his way back to the put away. Rabbit's in front of him there now. Just going to get him convinced and get him turned around towards a pen. Sheep have just gone back down the course there a little bit now. Rabbit working hard to bring these sheep back, present them to the pen again. It's gone right over on the other side. They've just slipped round the outside of the pen. Rabbit's caught them right on the point of the pen though. He's going to roll them back again and try and bring them back this time, but oh, they've come across the face. They're going right down the ground this time. Still plenty of time to put them in the pen here for Rabbit and Mick Hudson. Sheep have got cunning now. They won't go near the mouth of the pen. Every time the pressure comes off, they're running back down the ground away from the pen. Mick's just going to settle things down and bring them back again here now. Sheep are keen to go between the handler and the gate there. Mick's just got them blocked there with Rabbit, just letting things settle. Trying to get the sheep to roll down the gate there and come into the pen. The sheep have moved across there now. It's got to bring that sheep up at the tail there now. Rabbit comes in. It's a bit of pressure on that sheep. He goes to a good position. Now they've got them blocked and in the right spot. They've just got to come back this way here now. Settling things down. This time I think they're going in the mouth of the pen. Oh, that sheep's having a look at the dogs. Like to see that sheep go down the back of the pen. He's looking hard. Comes around the back. That's a spot to be. Mick's just waiting now. Moves forward, grabs the gate, brings it round with Rabbit on his hip and shuts the gate. Another pen for Mick Hudson and Rabbit in New South Wales.
Oh, I love High Pro Premium because it's just great nutrition for the dogs and gives them plenty of stamina for their work on the farm and keep their coats and everything else in great condition. Quality food like High Pro Premium ensures sustained energy levels for efficient handling of livestock.
High Pro, that's the go. High Pro, that's the go. Get behind.
Next competitor is Ken Atherton from WA with Ramulam Charlie. Ken working his kelpies here. The Ramulam prefix came about as Ken's father started a sheep stud over there in WA, and it was called Ram U Lamb. Put those three words together and Ramulam, and that's how the prefix has come forward for Ken. Ken was at Strathalbyn last year also, representing WA's leading competitors over there, and his kelpies are renowned for their work in the three sheep arena as well as utility and yard dog trials. Ken works his dogs on the farm over there in WA, and plenty of practicality about his work. Charlie's come down and picked up these sheep, just starting to deliver them back to Ken now, and Charlie just holding on the weight there as he's set up on this left hand side and straightens those sheep there nicely. Charlie just takes up some ground there and tries to put a bit of pressure on those sheep and move them towards Ken. Ken just working Charlie there, a little bit left and a little bit right to drop a bit of pressure off and get the sheep used to the dog on the draw. Sheep are coming up nicely. Charlie's got the sheep moving forward well there now. Coming up on the left-hand side of Ken there as he's looking down the ground, and Charlie just shapes those sheep up nicely as they come together again and move around the back of the sheep of Ken there nicely as the sheep come around, and Ken's left the peg. He's on his march down to the gap, and Charlie just holding weight of the sheep here on the outside. They've come back on course, and now Charlie comes out in front, catches the sheep and straightens them as Ken comes down. The sheep are working beautifully inside the corridor there, 9 metre corridor we've got, and the draw down to the gap at all. They've just gone across the line there now and back on the inside of the course. Ken will be looking to straighten these sheep and put them back on course. Heading down towards the gap. But back on course now. Charlie picks up the pace and comes down. He'll be looking to catch these sheep right in front of the gap. Comes around beautiful, Charlie, and he's done a great job there for Ken. Got them in a beautiful position as Ken looks to take up his position in the set. The sheep move. Oh, they've ducked in front of Ken. come between the obstacle and Ken there. Bad luck, Ken. Sheep had gone round the back of the obstacle. Bring the sheep round in front of the obstacle again here now. Ken is just going to move the sheep forward, bring them round. Oh, they've just gone past the gap though, and they've gone back up the course and haven't quite gone right round behind Ken. Charlie was there. Put the block on them. He's going to try and move them down now. Bring them round, but the sheep have got away again this time, and they've gone further down the ground this time. Round the front of the gap and right over there. It's got to turn them round and bring them back. Ken just settling things down here now as he moves those sheep back around, and Charlie be moving around to try and catch him. He got them this time. Got them this time, Charlie. Turned them beautifully and straight through the gap, and they're off to the Maltese cross as Ken comes forward and goes through the gap, picks up his side on the left-hand side of the sheep, and the sheep are straight down the middle of the corridor now, heading to the Maltese. Ken picks up the pace on the inside. Charlie's got his block beautifully on his side. All starting to come together for Ken now as they head down to the Maltese. Just got the sheep on course beautifully there, Ken. There's one sheep gone forward. Charlie's got him picked up though as they come down. I think the sheep are in the... maybe not quite yet. Ken's just pulled up there on the far side. I think they're in the free work area now. Charlie's going to move in. Ken moves in there too. Turns them straight up the middle of the Maltese. Beautiful work from Ken and Charlie. Right out the end they go, and Charlie's going to pick them up and bring them round clockwise. Oh, they've turned. They've just in front of the Maltese. Come right around though, and they've come right out off course over here as Charlie's got them wheeled there now. Ken doing a block on this left-hand side of the Maltese cross. The sheep have gone straight up the... Oh, no one's on the outside. Ken's just trying to tick him round. But, oh, no, he's come right round. Oh, no. He's come right round the outside. He's got to bring them all back again and do it again, Ken. Bringing them round nicely now, Ken Atherton and Ramulam Charlie.
The cameras aren't really waterproof, the ones that are out there. Camera for a sec.
Yep. Charlie and Ken, they're bringing the sheep around again here now. Ken's decided to swap sides. Ken's thought better of it and come back over on this side here. Charlie's just going to move these sheep up. They've had two up the middle, looking to put the third one and the whole three up there again, but the sheep have come back on this left-hand side here. Charlie's got them turned back again. They present them to the middle of the Maltese again. Ken gets in on his side, but the sheep have come round the front of him there. Right round, they've come up the middle of the Maltese. Ken just got to pick them up and turn them round and put them back up the centre again. Time ticking away for Ken too. We've got about 6 minutes to go and 3 obstacles to get. Plenty of time if we can get the sheep looking the right way, and Ken's going to block up on his side, but all the sheep have got cunning and they've come around behind Ken. Charlie's picked them up well there though. Just going to pull them up there. Turn them round. Oh no, 2 have gone up the middle and one. Now there are 3 of them up the middle. That's okay. All 3 up the middle. Straight through the Maltese and they're off to the bridge. Ken's going to take position on the right hand side of the sheep and Charlie's going to hold this side here. Sheep are tickling over there, but Ken right in front of the sheep there and turns them back nicely. Oh, they've got around the inside. Ken's going to have to change sides and Charlie goes over there now. Making their way down to the bridge here now. Charlie and Ken right in the mouth of the bridge, and the sheep come up on Ken's side. He's blocked beautifully there and turned them round. Charlie's just going to come in. They need those sheep to roll around and look up the bridge. There goes first sheep. Lovely work, Ken and Charlie. 4 minutes to go and they've got the bridge. They've got all day to put them in the pen. Ken's just going to settle things down here now with Charlie. Leaves his set and he heads towards the pen. Sheep come back behind though, and they've come right across the line of Ken there now as Charlie comes right around. Picks them up nicely. Sheep have just come out the front of Ken there now, but he's got them in a good spot on his right hand shoulder as he's coming forward there now. As the rain starts to fall here at Geelong. Charlie's just holding up as Ken comes down, comes past his sheep. Sheep moving beautifully now, Ken. They come down towards the pen, the sheep. Oh, they've gone round the outside. Sheep have gone right round the outside of the pen there. Ken's just going to work them back. He's going to bring them right round the pen. No, he's going to bring them right round this side here. Try and squeeze the sheep between himself and the gate, which he's done. Charlie goes around now. If he can just pick up the head of those sheep before they go around the other side. Nice bit of work there, Ken. Oh, that sheep went to go, but Charlie blocked him and turned him back. That's a lovely bit of work from Ramulam Charlie, and he's put him straight in the pen. Those sheep's come back out, though. He's not happy in there, that big sheep. Charlie's got him turned back in there now. Ken's thought better of it, stepped out of the set, picked up the gate, brings it round the outside with Ramulam Charlie. Another pen for West Australia.
God, you make it exciting.
I don't know how this works, girls.
Neither do I. I think he's gone out to recover his
Our next competitor, Richard Davies, with Celtic Gypsy. Celtic Gypsy. Richard, of course, first time representing Victoria. Very accomplished handler in all forms of the sheepdog trialling, yard, utility, and now making his mark with his kelpies in the 3 sheep trialling. Gypsy's just got down behind these sheep here. Rain starts to fall here in Geelong. She's in a good spot there, got right round behind those sheep and taking the weight up on the other side as she tries to settle the sheep a little bit here now and move them back towards Richard, the casting peg. Bit of rain on the windows here, people, and might just cause a little bit of blurriness with our live stream. Richard's first round score was 68. Good solid run first up from Richard and his Gypsy, and here working these sheep beautifully back towards the casting peg. Sheep have all pulled up. They're all having a look at Gypsy. That's a good sign. She's just applying steady, constant pressure there and keeping the sheep moving forward. Right on the weight of the sheep she is here on the left-hand side, just holding them straight for Richard. Sheep will come up on the left-hand side of Richard there as he looks down the ground and in an anti-clockwise circle, and will head down the laneway here towards the gap. Gypsy's doing a tremendous job delivering these sheep. She's been on the pressure and on the weight all the way from the bottom here. She's read the sheep beautifully. Brings them round the top nicely, and Gypsy cuts back beautifully and picked up the head of those sheep and took the run out of them there. Got them in a good position there right on the right of Richard. He's just going to set them up before he leaves. Takes Gypsy right around now as the sheep turn back a little bit too far. He's got them turned back there now. Going to go right round the outside as Richard leaves the peg and heads down towards the gap. Bit of a run up coming down the ground there. Gypsy right round in front of them, picked him up, but sheep have just gone over the line there a little bit. He'll incur a points penalty there. Of course, you've got the 9 metre lane marked by those orange markers on the way down, and the sheep have to remain inside those markers to be on course. Every time you come outside the markers, there'll be a point penalty. This time Gypsy's got them back on course, but they've come over this side of the lane now. They're just getting a little bit fresh. We've had a bit of rain on the sheep here in the last 5 minutes and just got a bit light. Coming down the middle now, but again they've just come back over on Richard's side. Gypsy's holding the head on that sheep. Get that weather out the front's got his head up pretty high, and he comes around the outside there now and drops back around. Just back inside Gypsy, right where she needs to be, right on the hip there though as she goes across there now. Turns that sheep back inside beautifully there, Celtic Gypsy. Celtic Gypsy. Celtic as we come around. Richard brings the sheep around nicely and blocked them beautifully there, Gypsy, right in front of the gap there now. Just waiting for things to settle. Gypsy still got her eye on those sheep. There's that big weather with his head up on the side there now. Brings them back beautifully. Nowhere left for him to go but through the gap there with Celtic Gypsy and Richard. And the sheep come across. Oh, they've turned and they've gone across the course there on Richard. He's going to take up the right-hand side as he goes down the drive corridor heading towards the Maltese Cross. Gypsy's got her side blocked beautifully and the sheep are back on course there now. Long way out in front and they're on the run as we head down to the Maltese Cross. The dog and the man on the same side here, and Gypsy's got the sheep have turned across. Gypsy's got to go all the way round now. Comes up nicely with the sheep. Far side. Richard just looking to get the sheep in the free work area there, just inside those white markers. There they are there now. He's got them in a good position to go into the Maltese Cross, but they've slipped up the side of the Maltese here. To go right around there, Gypsy, and bring them back as Richard chooses to swap over now onto the other side. Gypsy bring the sheep round. Richard's doing his job on the far side there, just turns the sheep back. Be looking to get someone to look up the race. They spin around this time. There's one sheep there looking. One up the race, two looking out. Richard doing a good job there. Over on his side. Just putting a little bit of pressure release on those sheep there, just trying to get them to come off him there and look down the race. Gypsy just moving up nicely there. He's putting a bit of pressure on the tail of the sheep there as Richard goes in to direct them. They've gone up the middle of the Maltese. Go straight down the side. Oh, they've blocked. Gypsy's blocked her side beautifully and they've come out the end. Just going to pick those sheep up now and in an anti-clockwise motion in a clockwise motion it is, we'll bring them round the Maltese Cross and take them straight up the centre. Gypsy just coming forward, applying a bit of pressure to the sheep. There, lovely bit of work from Gypsy and Richard. They got those sheep straightened up beautifully and they've come straight up the middle of the Maltese. Richard brings Gypsy over to pick up on this left-hand side, and I think Richard's going to take his position over there on the right as they bring the sheep forward. Now remembering this is another New Zealand drive section. Richard's got his side blocked, and look at the work Gypsy's doing on this side here, right on the way to the sheep, sitting right on the hip, driving them forward and holding them straight. Richard goes forward there now, still got the sheep going beautifully as they make their way down towards the bridge. Still got plenty of time to go, 6 minutes they've got to negotiate these last two obstacles as Richard goes up on his side there. Gypsy right round the front, Richard still right on his right side there, goes right around the front to the obstacle, and that's a beautiful position. And look at the sheep go straight in and straight up the ramp and straight up on the bridge. 1, 2, 3 off the front. Lovely bit of work from Richard and Gypsy there. Wasted no time there at the bridge. Set them up beautifully. Put the pressure on. They went straight up and over. Richard working now. Heading out towards the pen as Gypsy brings those sheep back on course, takes up this side here, picks up the weight on the shoulder there beautifully. Gypsy, she just settles up there now. Turns the sheep back for Richard. Making his way down the 9-metre corridor there on the back of the course as Richard just waits for things to settle down there a little bit now. Gets in a good position himself and puts Gypsy back on the pressure of the sheep. Comes right around this side as the sheep right round, and Gypsy comes right around this time. Moves forward there now. Right on the line there. Lovely block there from Gypsy and Richard, and he's got those sheep in a beautiful position to go in the pen. Just going to settle things down here now, Richard, as he takes his position in the set. Sheep are keen to go round the outside of the pen, so Richard will be onto that. Just letting things settle now. Time's on his side. They come up round the outside. That's caught them beautifully there, Gypsy too, and she's turned them right onto the hinge of the gate. Exactly where you want them. Oh no, one sheep's come out and ducked in between Richard and the gate. Come right round the back of the pen now. Celtic Gypsy working beautifully there. Brings the sheep round. Front of the pen. Got a bit of a trot up here now. Richard's going to bring them back, but they've been through there before and they'll go through there again. Richard's got them turned around. He's going to try and pick them up. Give them a bit of distance there and get them away from that gap and try and turn them in front of the pen. Doing a good job there, Gypsy too. She's got the sheep blocked up and she's got a bit of weight on herself there now. But that weather's come out. Nice work from Gypsy, but she goes right up and, oh, they've gone round the outside of the pen. Still got plenty of time to put them in the pen. We've got 3 minutes left. Sheep have come back in front. They've gone down the ground there now. Got about 20 metres away from the pen. Gypsy's picked them up and she's bringing them back again. We'll have another crack at putting them in the mouth of the pen. When they've been left and they've been right round the pen, it's hard to get them lined up to the middle. Got a bit of pace up there and Gypsy straight around the outside. Caught them beautifully right on the point of the pen there. She rolls them back around. Tries to come back around on this side. Lovely positioning, Richard. Got him where he wants them now. Just going to settle things down and try and make sure of it because he won't get too many more goes at putting him in the pen. He didn't miss it either, Richard Davies. He's a step Gypsy straight up on those sheep there now. Come back out. They're only just in, but that's enough for Richard. He's got Gypsy holding them up beautifully out the front and he runs around and shuts the gate for Victoria. Put another pen on the board for Richard and Gypsy.
To keep your dogs healthy and on the go, beat 'em. High Pro, that's the go.
Whether we're out trialling or when we're working our stock, our dogs need to be in peak physical and mental condition. That's why we feed our dogs High Pro Premium. It has the right balanced formula for active and working dogs to keep them going.
High Pro, that's the go. High Pro, that's the go. Get behind.
High Pro Premium, the best dog food I've come across. You can tell by the gleam in their eyes and the colour of the coat, and especially the stamina they have for work on the farm. And they'll love it.
High Pro, that's the go.
At the peg now we've got Lee Jamison from Tasmania and his dog Glenn Murray Toby, running out nicely to the right. Stops behind him. Sheep turn around and have a bit of a look. That's good. We've had a little bit of a shower, see if that slows them up at all. Probably not, but may do. That might. Just had a light sprinkle. I think Toby's a younger dog and he had a choice of working Toby or Shenandoah Steel, and he chose to work Toby. They're just trotting up there a little bit now. Lee's represented Tasmania on, well, I'm not sure, at a guess 4 or 5 times. Well, this will be his 4th or 5th time he represented with Steele last year at Strathalbyn, and he's definitely represented with Makara Ed, probably a Strathalbyn in 14 actually.
Stay dry till the end now. It's the radar, 6:10 of that hit, so it should be dry to the end.
Just had a look at the radar and it should be dry now till the end, so that'll be good for the workers because it's starting to cool down a bit. And I'm pretty sure I heard that we've got a 7:30 start in the morning. Got a big week coming up, so got to keep everything rolling along. And once the 3rd Ted Gaby Trans-Tasman is finished tomorrow, we slip straight into the first round of the Australian Supreme and be trying to get 20 odd dogs done tomorrow afternoon.
Maybe 25.
Maybe, hopefully up to 25.
Well, we might do a few crosses. We've got some scratchings too, I think.
Sheep are just feeding there now, a couple of them, and looking back at Toby so that they settle down, they don't feel too threatened.
Yeah, but then we've got another two.
Another 2 after that.
Yep, so.
Two of them are having a good pick at this stage. One's watching Toby.
Yeah.
Now they're all watching Toby. Lee be hoping that they'd turn off him and just roll around that casting peg for him. All 3 are still just watching Toby, but they're backing off him. Tried to go for a sprint, but Toby was there to block him. This one. We've got 3 more to come after Lee and Toby. We've got Stephen Cross and Lady, Craig Freestone and Reba and Paul Darmody. And Dottie, I think it is. Got the sheep delivered and Lee's on his way now towards the gap. They've just flicked back on the wrong side, so Toby's endeavouring to get them back on Lee's right. They are drawing onto him a bit at the moment. He's doing a good job. They're back on course now and just gone through there briefly, but not a lot of damage done. They pulled up and going to have another pick. Malcolm Taylor said to me early on in my trialling career, it's good that they want to feed, but he said don't let them, because they put their head down and they lose sight of where your dog is, and your dog ends up spooking them. He said, so once they start to feed, keep them moving. I'd been standing there admiring them feeding and thinking how good this was. But I soon worked out that what he said was correct. I was fortunate enough to tour New Zealand twice with Malcolm Taylor. 2001 and 2009. He was good company. He could always sniff out a bargain. And he wouldn't mind me saying that, because he was proud of it. Got these sheep in a lovely position now, Lee and Toby. They're just feeding there. Sheep on the inside, just had a look over the other two to see where Toby is. Now he just dropped back out, having a look. Oops. They might be all going to turn and look at Toby. Nice work there, just blocking them up. Got one. Oops, got two, but the other fella, he's going to take the shortcut. Just like most of us, we were looking for a shortcut to get through Melbourne to get to Geelong. They got him this time, just got a few points. A lot of times, the supposed shortcuts turn out to be the opposite. They turn out to be take longer to get there. The back roads, etc. They've turned around and looking now at Toby again. They're very intent on feeding. Lee's blocking them on his side. Nice work there. Turned them, got them going in the right direction. This is, sheep's normal habit. This is when they're grazing. At lunchtime, they want to be parked up, camped. But now, and especially since they haven't been getting much to eat today, they're ready to graze, and that's what they want to do. You can see how as soon as they pull up, they put their head down. Look like they're in the free working area, or very close. Lee's just wanting to move them a little bit more, and now he's in. Lee's going to move in there and just poke him, turn his lead around. They're doing a good job. Round they come to the second entrance of the Maltese Cross. Nice block there. Lee put a good block on him on this side. Didn't let him come through between him and the entrance. And away, nice work. They've gone through. And he's just going to work out now whether he can stay on that side. Yeah, so far he has. Toby's back a bit. He's not pushing him over him. Now they've decided to pull up and have another graze. Walking along nicely again. I think he's going to have to change over now because they've just beaten Lee. They're just heading back down the course a little bit there, so Lee stopped because he can't step backwards without penalty, and he didn't want them to be behind him. If they do go back behind, the dog has to bring them up. If the handler takes a step back, well, he parts company with 4 points, which in 15 is a sizable chunk. It's not hard to do most things correctly when it's all going well, but when it's all going turned to custard, you start to get a bit rattled, and it's easy to make mistakes as a handler. And some of those mistakes are quite costly. Up the bridge they go beautifully. 1, 2, 3, off. Now, Lee and Toby are on their way now to the pen.
3 minutes.
They've got enough time. Got 3 minutes to get them shut in the pen. They're still feeding, so they're fairly comfortable out there. They're on course walking. No, I think I spoke too quickly. They just went outside one marker, but they're back on course now. Lee's bringing Toby over clockwise to try and keep him on course, and I think he has. Yes, good work. Toby goes out and pulls him up on the outside, and he's come around, but that sheep's looking through. They're very confident of mankind. They're quite happy to walk through between the handler and the gate. They don't jump through or take fright. It's just second nature to them. In they go, and Lee's not going to give them time to think about that. And big hand to Lee Jamieson and Glenn Murray Toby. A successful penning.
They will come to the casting peg on a first round score of 51.5.
Stefan and Lady represented Australia in New Zealand last year. They got 2 pretty good runs under tough conditions, and they're here representing again this year. Lady's brother represented earlier on today with Connor McConnell and ran I think a mid-80s, or was it a mid-70s?
Mid-80s.
A mid-80s. Had a much improved run. We all felt sorry for Connor this morning, and we've all been there. Time. The judges have signalled time to start the 15 minutes for Lady and Stefan. Lady's cast out now, running out nicely to the Stefan's left. She's cast out beautifully at 12 o'clock, right back near the fence. Lady's about 8-year-old. Been Dog of the Year in South Australia on several occasions. Just bringing these up nicely now. In 2021, no, I think 2022 actually, Stefan represented with Lady's brother, Bazza, down at Campbelltown. They're moving up there nicely at the moment. Ladies by Wandara Snap, a dog that's been a very successful breeder for Mick Hudson and a few other people over many years. And she's out of Echo Park, Sandy. The lady's delivered these sheep now, and Stefan's just left the casting peg and he's on his way to the gap. Lady's got these sheep nicely on course. Just out in front of them, stopping them, bolting down the course. Lady's bringing these sheep down the corridor very nicely. At this stage, as I said before, she's by Wandara Snap, who's by Springvale Buddy, out of, I think, Springvale Tiffany. I might be wrong on the mother's side, but a very successful bloodline. Sheep just coming down nicely. Lady's going to pull them up there in front of the gap. They're having a look at the gap as well as having a pick. Same time, they don't seem to be worried, troubled by Lady. Got him through the gap there nicely. Stefan will step out of the ring and go through the gap. He's put Lady out on the right hand shoulder there. She pulled up having a pick. And they're close to going down the centre line there. Going along nicely. Bit of cloud cover coming in and letting it get darker even a bit earlier than it would have otherwise. But quite good conditions to be working a trial. Got them pointed nicely at the first entrance to the cross. Now they've just turned around in that entrance, I think. Yep, here I've got a better look if I look in the right place. But they're still in there. Lady turns them around and they're just walking into the centre. They've negotiated the first half of the cross successfully. Stefan's come around, take up his position on the second entrance. They're having a pick there now, and Lady's going to turn them around and bring them back around to the second entrance. Just walking up nicely. In they go. Through the centre and out the other side.
Let's see. That's okay.
This drive's going nicely.
It's actually lighter outside. It's dark. Is it okay? That's good. That's really good.
They're into the free working area now. Stefan steps in. Lady's still holding the left hand side nicely. Cheaper looking up the bridge, turn back. Tried to go past Stefan, but he was up to the task. Lady just put a little bit too much pressure on there and put one round Stefan, or between Stefan and the wing of the bridge. The other two have just gone out there now, and Lady's bringing them back, and Stefan's moving back to the side that we normally work from in most all our other trials, which is the dog working on your right, where Lady will probably be more confident. Oh, they've just ducked around there again. They're just soaking up a little bit of time. Stefan steps back to take a little bit of the pressure off and let Lady bring them back around. Steps back a little bit further, and that'll probably give Lady a bit more opportunity, I think. Who knows? Another one ducked around. Just used up a little bit of time, but got plenty. They've gone now, so he has got plenty of time if doesn't have too much trouble at the pen. Got just under 4 minutes left. They're on course in the corridor, heading to the pen. Judge Bill Davidson goes round in the golf buggy there. We've got the young fella walking in the middle, young Peter.
Yes, the flags are nice.
The wind seems to have died down a bit at the moment anyway, which is good. Here they go up past Stefan. Lady's there, going up to block them. She's got them so far. I think looks from here it looks like she's kept them on course. Yes. Stefan steps into the ring at the pen. They're just having a look between Stefan and the gate. Lady's coming around to block that, but like all the South Australian dogs, they're not used to the gate being at an angle. They're used to it being square across the front, in line with where it shuts, but she's blocked them that time. Just got them. That sheep thought about going around the outside. They're just about in, but one's looking. No, Stefan's game, he's off. Lady's holding the gate, and there they go. Successful penning for Stefan and Echo Park Lady. Craig and Reba are just waiting for their sheep to come out. Craig, first time representing Queensland from the Gold Coast hinterland around Mount Nathan. And Reba's about 8 or 9 year old bitch bred by Jack Dewan from Queensland. Time's just started and Reba's casting out to the right. Reba's been quite successful in Queensland over the last couple of years. And she won the right to represent Queensland in the runoff of the top 6 dogs in Queensland back in early June, as did Gibson's Polly and Knight's Ron. We're getting a little bit of colour. Oh yeah. Reba's got the sheep coming up quite nicely now. Reba is a very calm worker. And so is Craig. Reba's bringing these sheep up nicely. They've been delivered, I think, or I think not. Yes, they have been now. Craig's on his way to the gap. Sheep have just come to the outside of the course. Reba's come around the front of them to put a block up there so that they don't scarf it down the flat. Got one on the outside having a pick there. Sheep are nicely on course for Craig and Reba. Coming down the centre of the course. Craig's approaching the ring at the gap, and Reba's got these sheep nicely positioned. Craig's probably feeling a bit cold at the moment. I won't be thinking about that, but he will be when he comes off. These sheep are having a good pick now. Craig and Reba are the second last competitors tonight. Gone through the gap there beautifully. Craig walks through the gap and they've got them walking nicely down towards the Maltese cross in this drive section. Very nice drive. Sheep don't feel threatened by Reba. She's got them going along there nicely. Have gone into the centre of the cross and they thought about turning right and coming out, but Reba was there to block them. She's just holding her ground and the leader's looking through now. No, decided to turn back and join her mates. Reba's walked in ever so steadily and out they go. Reba's just brought them back around clockwise to in front of the second entrance. The second half of the entrance to the second half of the cross. Good block. Craig just put a very good. Oh, I spoke too early and they got out his side. One did. If he can put it back in there, he can keep going. Like he has there now. There'll be some point deduction, but it's better than bringing the whole lot back around. You've got to put Reba out on the outside there and stop him exiting on the far side. Briefly, they've just found a safe spot there in the centre of the cross, unfortunately. Reba's just going, she's walked in there nicely and away they go. Reba's just pushed them up there a little bit and Craig was quick enough to get there and block him the first time, but the second time he's had to cross over, which will be a slight deduction, and get Reba to bring him back on course because the handler loses 4 points if they go out there and try and do that, as well as probably losing the sheep even further off course. There's a deduction for the sheep going off course, but also the handler. And they add up quite quickly if you do that sort of thing. Got them up there now into the free working area. Just moving them up there nicely. They're looking up. Oops, I just turned back and looked at Reba. Oops. Oh, don't offer them. Yep, got them. Up they go. Craig's looking around and asking Reba where she is. Wind's picked up again momentarily. Hear it howling outside. We've got one off. Reba's going up to push the other two off. Got 2, 3, all off. Craig's going to set them up before he moves his feet because he doesn't want to lose any points unnecessarily. Ideally, he'll get him back on course inside that outside marker before he moves, and that way he doesn't lose any points. He's pulled Reba around on the inside to straighten him up. Now back in the Australian carry, so he can't do his side. He's just got to walk along at a constant speed from when he stepped away from the bridge there until he gets in this ring or set at the pen. I think he'd have plenty of time.
3?
Yeah, got 3 minutes, which is enough, but sometimes you'd like a little bit more, but if they're going to play up on you, you don't need much more, because the longer you're there, the bigger the loss is. But you've got plenty of time because they're trotting across there. Oh, they've just ducked around. They've been happy to do that all day, just slip around between the handler and the end of the gate. But Reba's there to block them. But once they've got a flight plan, they're quite willing to repeat it sometimes, unless you get your dog there quick enough. Craig's bringing them, or Reba really is bringing them back around outside of Craig. And they're having a look in the pen there now. And they look like they're going to walk in. They're having a pick, they're just walking in quietly. One's just turned around and had a quick look at Reba and says, "Don't push me." She's sort of looking out, but hasn't gone out yet, and looked in now. Reba's moved in while she's looking away. Just a couple of feet, not too much. Gently, gently does it. Oops, just ducked around the outside. I didn't realise it was that far out there. Reba's there to block her. In they come. Ooh. Not too long to go. I don't know whether that sheep looks to be just in.
Yep.
He needs to keep moving. Well done, Craig, Freestone and Reba. Probably only about 2 or 3 seconds. 5 seconds up their sleeve. Plenty of time.
Some very nice work there from Craig and Reba. We will have that score shortly. And our last competitor, first round score of 38.25.
Paul Darmody and Anaway Dotty are on their way to the peg. The last competitor, Craig and Reba, scored 84.75.
Open the fucking gate, Tony. Sorry, excuse the French. Hi, Shane.
Hi Shane, how you going?
We're pretty happy with where we are.
Yeah.
Here comes Paul.
And Paul Darmody's on his way to the peg now.
Judge has got flag up.
They probably can't see the flag down at the let
I
out.
don't know what to see, but it's there.
Out come the sheep. One's bucking and playing as it comes out. It's happy to get out of the yard. There's a bell. Signal the start of the 15 minutes. And the wind gets up to howl too to celebrate the start of the last dog for this afternoon. Dotty's running out to the left. Nice deep cast.
Sunsets at 6:07 according to Paul.
Please no.
Sheep are moving off Dotty well at the moment. They're coming up the ground towards the casting peg. Looks like a few showers on the in the distance over there. Just get here in time for me to run my dogs, I'd say. The sheep are getting up close to Paul now. Sheep have been delivered. Paul's brought Dotty around clockwise. and he's left the casting peg now, and the sheep are having a feed, 2 of the 3. Dottie's working better than she did this morning, as have quite a few of the dogs that got the lowest scores this morning. They probably got sheep more to their liking this afternoon. So it's still a pretty even contest as to who will be representing Australia in the 4th position next weekend. I'll see if I can get the score totals at the completion of this round in a minute. Dottie's breaking out a little bit wide around there, but the sheep are pulled up. They're having a feed, so they're quite happy.
You want to try to turn that one off, or we?
Yeah, just I need you to turn one off for both of them.
Oh, if you turn them both off, how do we see?
Well, no one else can see at the moment. They can see the reflection of your head.
We'll turn it off, I suppose.
The sheep are approaching the gap now. Paul's in the set there. There, 2 of them are feeding.
Come on, Paul, get a move on.
I think it's the official sunset time now, 6:07. They're through the gap nicely. Paul's heading through the gap, and Dottie's out to on the shoulder just to steady him. Show him that there's a dog there. They're going down the centre of the course. Pulled up for a pick. They're going along nicely at this stage. Just approaching the free working area. They've gone in. Paul's gone in now. Good block there by Paul. They were going to go on the inside of the entrance, but Paul got there in time to block them. They've gone in now. They're on their way through. Paul's sent Dottie clockwise around to pull them up. And he's coming around to take up his position.
Well done.
Gone through the second part of the cross beautifully. And they've come out, and Paul's taking up a position on the right-hand side, as most handlers have done, because the sheep are tending to lean to the left, and the dog can control that a lot better than the handler. They're still grabbing a bite to eat whenever it's available, whenever they slow up, and they're only walking anyway. Just trotting briefly, head down again, on course, going along nicely. Got plenty of time left. Into the free working area, and so's Paul. He's gone up on the right hand side and got Dottie working on the tail on the left. Good block by Dottie. Sheep tried to get up on the inside of the bridge but failed. Up they go. Hand over. 1, 2, 3. Paul's off on his way to the pen. Sent Dottie out around in a clockwise direction to bring him back on course. He has to keep moving once he started, unless he wants to donate points to the judges. And got him set up there nicely. Just drop Dottie back behind him to keep him moving. He doesn't want him to get too far behind. Dottie's coming clockwise just to make sure they don't come off course on the inside.
It's raining, proper raining.
Just starting to rain now. Not Queensland style, but Victorian. But it'll be wet enough by the time we get our dogs walked.
We've got 5 minutes.
Plenty of time left so far, left at this stage for Paul and Dottie as they approach the pen now. Put Dottie out on the outside there to make sure they don't duck around the outside. He's brought her back to the inside now. Got them set up fairly nicely, but no. One's done what most of the sheep have done today. Duck up on the inside.
No dog out after 5:15.
5:45. No
We
dog
said
out.
5:45, yeah.
Yeah.
Dottie's brought him back between Paul and the end of the gate. And she's just going to work them in there now. Don't want to let them come through where they went last time, if possible. Got them in a pretty good position. Looking from here.
You're our eyes, Jim, because I can't see anything.
No, well, I can't see much more, but they're in the right place. It's getting a little bit dark now, but possibly Paul will be hoping the judges can't see if there's any problems either. We've got 2 of them feeding. The one at the back's got his head up watching the dog. But the other 2, and we've still got plenty of time, I think, are feeding their way into the pen.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, they're nearly in. But one's turned and looked at Dottie. particular situation, he doesn't want to spring them out, but Dottie doesn't want to invite him out either. So Dottie's just walked in there. One was looking out at on the hinge side, but got it in. But ooh, he's going to close the gate. Ooh, Dottie shot around. She thought they were going out around the outside. Well done to Paul Darmody and Dottie.
Can you flip the lights back on now, please, sir?
Yes.
At the moment, the scores as of this evening are Western Australia on 403, Victoria on 370.5, but New South Wales on 441.5. Tasmania on 363.75, South Australia 381.75, and Queensland on 410.5. So, as they stand at the moment, New South Wales in the lead on 441.5, Queensland second on 410.75, Western Australia third on 403, followed by South Australia on 381.75, Victoria on 370.5 and Tasmania on 363.5. The top four at the moment, I haven't got their scores, but they are Mick Hudson, Grant Cook, Jeff Gibson and Will Goggin. That's our top four, but we've got to do it all again tomorrow before we know the composition of the Australian team.
Our mission at Hypro Pet Foods is to become the global leader of innovative and quality pet foods made with care in the heart of the Hawkesbury Valley, Australia. I'm John Camilleri, I'm the Managing Director of Hypro Pet Foods. Hypro started in the mid-90s as a stock food manufacturer out of a small shed, and we ran out of that for the first 5 years. Today Hypro Pet Foods has become one of our major players in the market. The focus today is all about respecting your animal, the food and nutrition, and looking after its well-being. Quality assurance is the most important thing in making pet food. We source through our quality control management plan, where the certification processes are quite in-depth process. A lot of ingredients go in to make a top quality dog food and cat. Traceability is critical. We've put systems in place to do that. We can trace every ingredient back to its source to give assurance to the pet owner on their quality. We have a full service production line to cater across the board for all of our products. Hypro Pet Foods has grown to become a parent company to a number of brands including Dog Pro, Cat Pro, Supervite, Hypro Premium,
Pure Life, Bark and Beyond, and many more. I have a team that are always innovating and making new products, new packaging, new design of recipes. We've invested a lot in robotics, we've invested a lot in automation for the future. Today, Hypro Pet Foods has grown to 140 staff. A lot of my children have worked in the business and still are. They're very passionate about our company and the brand in every area that they work in the business. We're reaching out now interstate to Brisbane, Melbourne and Adelaide, where Hypro will be opening up new distribution centres to service our stores more frequently. Today, it's no longer a pet. We love our pets as much as we love our children. I love what we do at Hypro Pet Foods. I get up every morning with a passion to come to work. The comments we get from the field or from the clients or from the stores, plus also the excitement of my team. We can't wait for the next exciting project to come through.